So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the 6th East African ESC Aviation Symposium here in Zanzibar. A few housekeeping rules. Number one, for the purposes of accessing internet, the Wi-Fi codes have been displayed on the screens on your right. And with the instructions, so please take note. The Wi-Fi access codes are displayed there. I'm also advised that the microphones on your desk are working. So at the time that we need to make interventions, you'll use the microphones on your desk. They have been tested and they're working. So welcome to this second day of the symposium, ladies and gentlemen, and allow me to recognize our sponsors, IAZA, RCA, that's the Rwanda Civil Aviation Authority, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Uric Air, BCA, Air Tanzania, Beijing Construction, UGCA, ZA, that is the Zanzibar Airports Authority, Coastal Aviation, ZPC, Precision Air, and Kenya Airways. We would not be able to do this without their sponsorship. Also allow me to recognize the presence of our sister RSO, SASO. We'd also want to recognize the presence of AMAC, our sister RSOs. Ladies and gentlemen, again today we are privileged to have to start our program. This is session 4 of the activities. And even as we start, we are privileged to have our former executive director and the former regional director, ICAO East and Southern Africa region, Mr. Barry Kashambo. So to start off this morning, allow me to welcome a presentation from Boeing Global Services on an overview of FAA Category 1 process and the
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to the CASOA Symposium. As Boeing wishes to strengthen its relationships with regulators and air carriers to enhance safety in East Africa, this forum gives us the opportunity to further collaborate. So thank you. My name is Nancy Vachon. I am a global safety regulatory affairs specialist. I am based in Dubai. So I will explain a little bit of our role, but my presentation this morning will focus on the requirements to initiate foreign air service operation to the United States. So this is not a Boeing process, it's a FAA process. However, Boeing can help and assist throughout the process, and I will give you the details. So first of all, let me just reiterate that Boeing is acting as an advisory capacity, so just similarly to your RSO, to CASOA, and we will not directly be involved in the process of rewriting regulation, handbooks, guidance material, or specific training, but we can definitely provide assistance in, oops, I was going through my slides thinking that it was automatically the same ones that you were seeing, but no, I need to coordinate with the technician at the back. So let me read our mission. So we help to strengthen the safety of the global aviation ecosystem by engaging with aviation regulators to improve their ability to provide rigorous safety oversight of the aviation activities in their respective states. So that is what we are hoping to achieve. And this mission, it's aligned with the Global Aviation Safety Plan, the goal number 2, as stated in the ICAO documentation. which calls for all states to strengthen their safety oversight capabilities, and that with the assistance of all stakeholders. So our team is reporting to our Director of Global Safety and Regulatory Affairs, Todd Sigler. And under Todd, I'm not going to go through all of those teams, but I will focus, or bring your attention to the international team on the left-hand side. So Victoria is managing all the regional offices. So those, we have one located in Washington, D.C., one in Brussels, managed by Eric, one in Beijing, in Brazil, as well as in Singapore, and the one responsible for the African region is located in Dubai. And our recently appointed director, Kayode Ariwodola, is currently in the process of relocating his family to Dubai, and I'm pretty sure if you haven't met him already, you will get that opportunity pretty soon. The other team, which is of great importance, especially when we're talking about the Cat 1 approval process, is David Zweger's team. So he's responsible for global safety strategy. He is located in Everett, just north of Seattle, and his team is the one also providing that support that would be required if you wish to receive Boeing's assistance. So what they would do is they would assist the regulator in improving their safety oversight capability. So even though our responsibility is not, oh, please, next slide. Yes, so even though their responsibility is not, let's say, focus on, let's have a successful audit from the FAA, it's mainly to enhance safety. So they will look at, how the oversight is being performed, and based on that, that will help you to also receive the approbation from the FAA-IS audit. We could do similar assistance for ICAO-USOP as well as European approval. So we would conduct a limited in scope, a gap assessment to make that assessment and help you by providing guidance on areas where improvement would be required. We can also help you to develop and implement the corrective action plans. Okay. So this is summarizing the support that you could get from our team. Now we'll get into the process itself. So this slide is, next slide please. This slide is the main one. The next one, please. Yes, so this chart shows you the process. So, and each row is defining or clarifying what needs to be done by which entity. So the air carrier is involved, even though the focus is on the regulator. And then from the US government, you have 3 different entities being involved. So the first one being FAA, but the Department of Transportation and the Department of Homeland Security are also involved. So starting from the first step would be for the air carrier to submit the Economic Authority application. So that would go to the Department of Transportation. And it's that department that will then inform the FAA that we have a regulator interested in obtaining this approval. There's a lead time, and we'll get to those details later, but it takes some time because the FAA has a waiting list, so it could take a few months before the regulator can be in a position to receive the FAA team for the assessment. So now, the FAA will conduct the ISA and submit their findings, and we'll go through the details later, to the regulator. And then the regulator will have some times, normally about 3 months, to address via corrective actions those findings. And then the FAA will come back and make that determination based on the corrective actions that have been implemented if they can grant you a Cat 1 rating. FAA would make that recommendation to the Department of Transportation, which will issue the economic authority. Once the Cat 1 rating is granted, then the air carrier can submit their application for Part 129 to the FAA. Again, there's a little bit of review being done. I'll go through that later. And also, the air carrier needs to submit to the Department of Homeland Security the Model Security Program, assessing, if the air carrier, as well as the last point of departure airport, are meeting the security requirements. Once this is complete, you can then start operating and flying to the United States directly. So this is a really, the key slide of my presentation, summarizing everything. So now the next couple slides, it's basically very similar information, but presented differently. So now we're really looking at what the regulator needs to interface, who they need to interface with. So it's normally 18 to 24 month typical, that's the typical lead time. So they will, interface with the Department of Transportation for the Air Services Agreement, FAA for the IASA Cat 1 rating, as well as I mentioned before, the assessment from the Security Administration on the last point of departure. So, and the operator on this side will contact the Department of Transportation to obtain the economic authority, or apparently it's also, there's an exemption that could be granted, but I'm not sure on the process on this one. And then the FAA will conduct the Part 129 approval, and the Security Administration will assess the Model Security Program before giving their acceptance. So, and timing can vary significantly based on circumstances and commitment. Now, so now that we have talked about FAA, now this is really related to the economic authority. So there's a really good information packet that is provided and accessible online, and I'm providing the link here as well as the phone number. So you can, look at that, look at the requirements in details, and seek out for assistance if required. Okay, so I'm going to this one. This is just to differentiate between the International Aviation Safety Assessment and the Part 129 operation approval. So which team within FAA are responsible for IASA? So this is the AFS 50, Flight Standards International Program and Policy Division. They will look at, their assessment would be basically focusing on Annexes 1, 6, and 8 from ICAO. Okay? And they are also offering, if need be, and if your regulator would decide to go that route, they can do a technical review, so they would mock the IASA process. However, for this particular service, you would need to sign a memorandum of understanding with the FAA, and there would be charges. So the website is here, the link to the website is here explaining that. And I also have a slide showing really the differences between the formal assessment versus that technical review. Boeing has in the past also provided assistance. So similarly to the technical review offered by the FAA, Boeing can also help your regulator and the air carrier to prepare for those assessments at no charge. Okay. So this is really when I was referring to those differences. So you see that on both sides, one is formal, the other one is informal with fees. But the formal one, you will go through the IASA checklist that is used for the assessment. This checklist is available on FAA website. So you can go anytime prior to your application and make a self-assessment and prepare accordingly. So normally, once when the FA team is ready, composed of a team leader, operational, and airworthiness specialist, as well as one attorney, they will come on site to the regulator, and typically for a week, 5 working days, to conduct their assessment. At the end of the week, they will provide you with a verbal briefing stating their observation and especially related to where they feel that you should prepare for some improvement and have corrective action plan in place. This verbal briefing can be recorded for future reference. So you can, go back and listen to it. In the past, Boeing, again, has been, in some instances, participating during the assessment, just as an observer. But since, with our expertise and experience, we can, once the FA is leaving, help you to prepare the corrective action plans, helping to interpret, and prepare for FA expectations. So, and that is an important point, that no technical guidance will be provided by DFA. They would say, we have concerns about these areas where we feel that you're not demonstrating compliance with ICAO requirements, but they're not going to tell you how to demonstrate compliance with those requirements. So that's where having Boeing or another consultant, because there's consultant also within the industry that can provide that service, that those stakeholders can help you to prepare that corrective action plans. So no charge on the official for the formal audit, no charge to the foreign CA from the US government. And at the end, they will issue their determination or their conclusion about the category. Is it a category 1 or category 2? On the other hand, related to the technical review, so it's basically all the same process. Also 5 days, same team, same verbal out briefing that can be recorded, no technical guidance, but in this case, there's a charge. And at the end, you won't receive a conclusion about is the determination being made as are we granted a Cat 1 or are we Cat 2? So Cat 1 would mean that the regulator is meeting ICAO standards 2, Annex 1, 6, and 8. And Category 2 would mean you're not meeting that according to FAA assessment. So I've looked, that information is available on the FAA website. So currently in Africa, there's 5 or 6 countries that have been granted a Category 1. But this, you can access that information and you will get the complete list of all the countries worldwide that have obtained a Category 1. So now these are the requirements from the Transportation Security Administration. So this, on the left-hand side, all related to their assessment to the last point of departure, and emphasizing on new. If that assessment has been done in the past, no need to repeat it. But if it's a new last point of departure, then that security administration would perform an assessment to ensure that the security requirements from Annex 17 and 49 are met. And on the air carrier side, they would also need to have a model security program being assessed and accepted by this administration. So for the Part 129 approval, depending on where you are located, you have an office, an FAA office that would be responsible to conduct and this assessment. So in your case, Africa, the contact information or the FAA office is located in Dallas, and you have the phone number as well as the email, a link to their email. So back to my favorite chart, summarizing again the process. What I would say is that because of all those lead time and waiting list, if your authority decides that they want to start this journey and apply to operate in the US, to the US, then I would say you submit first your economic authority application, and in the meantime, while you're waiting for the FAA to come to conduct the audit, then you seek out for the assistance that you feel your authority needs, because you're going to have to wait a couple months. So this is the opportunity to either, contact us, Boeing, or any other consultant that you wish to. Look at the checklist that is available online. So that would be my recommendation. And this is, I know we're not going to go to the details of this particular chart, but it gives you the time frame on the right-hand side, the last column there, for each of the agency, depending on the task, how long does it take, even sometimes before it commences. So you see, if we look at just the first line there, U.S. Department of Transportation, once you submit your application to operate for the economic thing, it takes a minimum of 2 to 3 months prior to commencement. So yeah, there's a lead time. But at the same time, it can be seen positively that it gives you the opportunity to prepare. Sorry, next slide, please. Yes, so this is the table where all the lead times are being specified. But no need to go into the detail of that this morning. Okay, next slide. So now this is all the list of the references that are available to you in order to prepare. So again, no need to go through that in detail, but it's there available for you. And now if we get a little bit more into the detail of the IASA process itself, and where Boeing can provide support. Next slide, please. This is the overview, so, and then you see that bar on the left-hand side, consultation process, right? So you can have assistance while you're going through that. So the preparation phase at the top is where, okay, you notify the U.S. Entities that your country is interested to go through that process. You submit formally your application. And then they will, FAA will get prepared for the IASA assessment. You should, by that time, complete the IASA checklist and submit it to the FAA prior to their visit. Okay, and then during the assessment itself, in the middle, that middle row is while FAA will come to provide the assessment or to conduct the assessment, you can have observers with you to go through that. Typically 5 working days. FAA team, we've mentioned, normally about 4 to 5 people. They will provide the out brief again, a verbal out brief that can be recorded, summarizing their findings. And then you can start preparing for your corrective action plan in anticipation of the report. So the written report will come only, few weeks after FAA departure. So they verbally brief you, then they leave, prepare their reports. Normally, I've heard it can take about 8 to 10 weeks to receive the report, but that doesn't prevent you to start implementing your corrective action plan based on their observation. Okay, so once you are ready, and apparently again, there's a little bit of flexibility at FAA to when they will come back to look into the implementation of those corrective action. But typically about another 2 or 3 months. And then they will come back and make that assessment before providing their conclusion. And then the next few slides, I feel it's capturing, again, the information that I just gave you, like first step notification and the details, then what's happening during the visit, I'm just looking to see if there's anything there that I haven't mentioned. So for the visit, during the visit, there will be no contact with the media. FAA will not, notify the media about this assessment. And then during the report, we'll mention if the regulator meets the ICAO ISARP for those annexes 1, 6, and 8. And typically the FAA will give the regulator about 65 to 90-day period before the final consultation. And then here's the conclusion. So I'm right on time. Okay. So I think that's summarizing the process. Any questions? No questions. That means it was very clear, right? No ambiguity. Everybody's ready for their assessment. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy, for that very clear presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to slot in one more presentation from Rwanda Accident Investigation. I think Biggie, if you're ready. Yes, Biggie is from Rwanda Civil Aviation, from Rwanda Accident Investigation Bureau, yeah? And he'll be giving us a brief presentation on accident investigation. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. The importance of the Chicago Convention to the steady growth of aviation and the remarkable safety record it has achieved are widely acknowledged today. The Chicago Convention were characterized by prescience, vision, tension, suspicion at times, backroom negotiations. It took a lot of diplomacy to arrive at what we have today. For the delegates, far more than the future of airlines was at stake. They saw the need to organize a successful framework for international civil aviation as a proxy for the world's ability to forge global arrangements conducive to an enduring aviation safety. I salute Kasoa for a befitting symposium theme that compels us to innovate the status quo. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, a good morning to you. My name is Biggie Zimvumi. I am with Rwanda Accident Investigation Department. Can you move on to the next slide, please? I'll be covering, I won't be very long here. I'll be covering a few items, focusing on how the East African region can actually strengthen the investigation capacity. I would take a look at accident and incident statistics, as well as our performance and the effective implementation of ICAO SAPs, as well as proposing some way forward on how we can proceed as a region. Next, please. As I said earlier on, there was a lot of diplomacy, and out of the Chicago proceedings came Article 26 of the convention, where aircraft accident and incident investigations are generally, but not always, instituted by the state of occurrence. And other states, they also can participate. In this article, it provides for the investigation of aviation accidents. It also mandates that other states can appoint observers to this process. Next, please. You will recall that the sole objective of accident investigation is the prevention of accidents and incidents. It has never been the purpose of accident investigation to apportion any blame or liability to an individual. This was well articulated by both Auric Air as well as Coastal Aviation in their presentation yesterday, where they strongly supported the no blame culture. Our task is to identify and recommend remedies to fix deficiencies in the aviation ecosystem. That is the job of the investigator. In every aviation occurrence, we always learn lessons and improve on aviation safety. Next, please. Now, I would want to give you a few statistics which are based on the data available on the ICAO ISTAs for the period 2013 to 2023. The accident analysis shows a regression on the rate of accidents for the period 2013 to 2022, as shown. However, if we split the periods, we identify significant shifts or significant reduction for the period 2013 up to 2016, as you can see. And I wish we had maintained that trend. However, when you take a look at what happened from 2016 going forward, you will see that there was also kind of an increase in the number of accidents happening in our own community. And for the year 2021 specifically, maybe the low accident rate was as a result of the COVID-19, which resulted in the reduction of air operations. You may also have noticed that the blue line at the bottom there represents the fatality rate, which tends to remain relatively constant throughout, which may actually call for further investigation as to why, even though at times we maintain a reducing trend, we still have relatively constant fatality rate. We may need to do further investigation, maybe into how we respond or how we conduct our rescue operations. Next, please. There is no doubt that accident rates in ESC partner states are high. The graph speaks louder. You can pick the country of your choice and you can trace how it is performing in terms of the rate of accidents. That information we have shown here is coming from, again, ISTAs. Allow me to make a clarion call for the partner states to share information in the region. I think this was emphasized yesterday, that the information that you may share with us today may be the information that could save someone's life or your family member. So as a community, we really need to have a mechanism, a framework, platform, where we share information to make sure that we improve on aviation safety. And this is an area that we really look forward on how we can innovate. I'm glad that Kasoa Technical Director yesterday hinted on, and we fully support engaging an AIG expert who can coordinate this effort in our region. This is the innovation we are talking about. Based on the trends, partner states are urged to commit resources in the investigation of aviation occurrences. I know normally states, they would want to allocate resources to the airlines maybe this time to the safety oversight entities, and they completely forget about the aircraft accident investigation. We really need to make sure that the AIGs or accident investigation authorities are fully resourced to conduct their business. Also, on the graph, before you move on the graph, it also shows a positive development in our community, that at least we are reporting incidences or accidents in our community. I would really want to applaud you for that development. It's a good development, a positive culture. Next, please. Now, I just want to take a look at the nature or the categories of the accidents that we are experiencing in our community. As you can see, runway excursion is actually taking the lead, which is something that is really of concern. This could be a call for CAs to take another look at the certification of aerodromes, which I think yesterday the Deputy Director, Regional Director ISAF, also indicated that there is a concern and there is need for us to accelerate the pace at which we are certifying our aerodromes. And also, we may need to take a look at the operator training programs as to why do we have such an increase in runway excursion. We also, next, you can also click, yes. So those are examples of the runway excursion which are taking place in Kigali. Yes. Another element that is also coming up is the issue of wildlife or bird strikes. As you can see, it's also bringing a lot of disruptions in flight operations and damage to aircraft. Next. I would also want to comment, maybe on the previous slide, you saw that there was also an increase in ramp incidences or accidents, which I explained in this in this slide here, where we are saying that ground handling forms a significant and critical part of the aviation industry. For several years, the industry has been concerned with the level and extent of damage to aircraft during ground handling, rate of safety occurrences to aircraft, passengers, and airport workers. All these issues coupled with the increasing of ground handling flight support services companies, they are all adding to the confusion at the airport. Next. Now, this is just a reflection of what is happening in our community in terms of effective implementation of ICAO Annex 13. You can see that we are way, way below both the AFI region as well as the world average. So we really need to make sure that we perform. And most of the issues or the challenges that we're experiencing are the lack of qualified personnel to establish credible investigation entities as well as to conduct investigation. Also, another challenge is the lack of training institutions on the continent as well as in our region. Next, please. Now, I just want to touch on what was actually shared yesterday, the issue of SSP. And this is our model that we actually use here in Rwanda, where we are actually saying, as a way of making sure that we improve on safety, we need to work with all the stakeholders. We have got the operators who actually do their own, have got their own SMS programs, and they are able to investigate occurrences, identify risks, and mitigate them in their own context. And this is also provided within the framework of these oversight entities, which are the civil aviation authorities. And accident investigation, they come in terms of a reaction or a reactive process where they identify deficiencies and recommend, put forward safety recommendations for improving aviation safety. So we are working as a community, as a unity, to make sure that our SSP program works very well for us, and that incidences and accidents are investigated. As I conclude, next, I would want to give you the takeaways. First of all, we are looking at, as a community, we need to reduce on accident investigation. We also need to have a platform for sharing knowledge, information, and also experience. Considering the 16th Sectorial Council, we really want to accelerate the arrangement for a regional platform for accident investigation. And for us, we are saying we need to contribute to the GASP goal on achieving continuous reduction of operational safety risks through the investigation of civil aircraft accidents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Biggie. I do not know whether we have a question for Biggie in terms of accident investigation. I can see a question here. Please just press the mic and go. 2 questions and then proceed. You'll get your mic. You can respond from the desk, yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry I couldn't make it yesterday, but I felt compelled that I need to make some comments here, not only because of my previous exposure, but I think this is one of my strongest field as a person, accident investigation. Now, I have 5 items here I wanted to quickly, some of them are comments and other clarifications. I wish that slide could stay on, the presentation that was on. There's a slide, EI. My brother Biggie, I think you have to be a little bit careful. Stating a country having an EI of 0 is very dangerous. It's non-applicable, or say it has not been audited. But to say they have gotten 0, they can take you to very big heights. So I think this is something that we need to clarify. Sudan and Somalia, they don't have 0, they haven't been audited. That's a very big issue. Way forward, on the slide of way forward, I would have much more also like to include the issue of EI as a way forward. Reducing rates or accident rates, first of all, we don't have the capacity. We can only give some way forward, some other recommendations. But what is in our purview now, as in the Katsua context and CAAs, is increasing the EI together with the state. So I don't see that here. I see number 1, reducing the accident rates, but we need to have something to say that we need to reduce the EI, to increase the EI from diving. I didn't actually know it was that bad. It's really, really, really bad. 30s and 20s and 10s and the zeros you were talking about. Then my third one is we need to give emphasis on incident investigation. I can see in the presentation we're keeping on to accident investigation. The emphasis should be more on incident investigations. Why? Because incidents are precursors to accidents. And the stronger you have in incident investigation, the stronger it is. My last one is to echo what he has just mentioned. I think it is high time we put our heads together, forget about the issues that we have had, and look at establishing a regional framework for accident investigation. Silos were weak, together we are strong. If we can have a regional framework, I think that will be a solution for this region. Otherwise, we shall continue running the way we have been running for a long time. And the final one is on runway excursion. I think as we talk about runway excursion, my brother Temo, one of the things that we really need to come on board is the effect of climate change on runway excursion in our region. In the last 2 months, we have had the airports even flooding, with all the runways flooding, and we couldn't even land there. So what is the impact of climate change on runway excursion? That's a discussion we should be tabling at the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you can take a minute to respond.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Kashambo. The first issue is on the issue of indicating other states as 0. I think maybe it was not very clear on the slides that was there. It was actually written 0 and in the brackets, not audited. So I take note of that. We will actually maybe improve on that as well. In terms of the recommendations on the effective implementation, increasing our effective implementation as a region, I think that is the whole idea why we are actually advocating for a regional arrangement where we can have a coordinating office that will help all other states to make sure that they actually improve on the implementation of ICAO Annex 18 standards and recommended practices. I totally agree with you in terms of runway excursion. I think we also need to start looking at the inclusion of climate change as could be one of the issues that we could be actually experiencing in our region, and we really need to have a solution. And as I said in my presentation, we are also looking at how can we accelerate the certification of aerodromes as a way of safeguarding our operations. So that could also be looked at during the certification of our aerodromes. I think I did respond to the other 4 items. The other one was actually complementing the decisions that we have actually come up with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a rejoinder from Mzee Maugo. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think I need just to clarify my experience in this area, particular areas, and for the majority of our states. While we all wanted to do investigation, but the majority of our states, the accident investigation is wrongly placed. And it's wrongly placed because there is no lax legal framework. Wherever you go in the majority of the states, there is no legal framework for accident investigation. So I think we need to resolve that, and we can only resolve it from the regional approach. So probably in one of our when we are going to do the recommendations, we will have to put in that this also be part of the legal framework which we are going to be considering on the legislation and the regulatory framework for the establishment of a regional, or even not a regional, it could be done from the states, but at least guided from the regional wide. We will come up with a recommendation for that.
Thank you so much. I think those are valid comments that the Secretariat will pick and form part of the resolutions of the symposium. In case you have any other comments, we have been advised that you can channel that through kasoa@kasoa.org. Ladies and gentlemen, we then shift to the next agenda or activity on our agenda under section 4, where we want to have presentations for aviation cybersecurity, addressing the legal issues and regulations related to cybersecurity in aviation, as well as enhancing aviation security and facilitation the role of the Regional Safety and Security Oversight Organization. These will be through 2 presentations and a panel discussion. And to moderate that session, I want to welcome Ms. Beatrice Mudhoga. Beatrice Mudhoga is the Acting Director, Aviation Safety and Security Regulation for the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Prior to her appointment, she has been a Manager, Aviation Security at the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. And she also worked as at the Kenya Airports Authority for 18 years, holding various positions up to that of Airport Operations Manager at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. She's also a certified civil aviation ICAO security instructor, ICAO certified USAP CMA auditor, and a national inspector and certified security professional manager. She holds a master's of business, a master of business administration, and a bachelor of business administration and a diploma in economic crimes management. Put your hands together as you allow me to welcome Ms. Beatrice Mudoga.
Thank you, Lawrence. Good morning. So I will go straight to the business of this session. And as the aviation industry becomes more connected and reliant on software systems, the greater the need there is comprehensive and proactive aviation cybersecurity measures. And with that, we will have our first presentation on aviation cybersecurity. And this session will be addressing the legal issues and regulations related to cybersecurity in aviation. The presentation will be done by Isaac Kagemu of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Just to give you a brief about Isaac Kagemu, is that Isaac holds a bachelor's degree in economic from Makerere University. He is a senior aviation security inspector working with Uganda Civil Aviation Authority under the Directorate of Safety, Security and Economic Regulations. Please help me to welcome on stage Isaac Kagemu.
Thank you, Beatrice. Protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, I am Isaac Kagemu, as earlier on addressed by Beatrice. I'm going to talk about addressing legal issues and regulations related to cybersecurity. Apparently, ICAO has not yet provided us with a definition on cybersecurity, but we can borrow one from ISO standard 27032, where cybersecurity is defined as the preservation of the integrity of the information that we use within the aviation industry. So, since yesterday, all the presenters were deliberating on data, until today we are still deliberating on data. But this data is in two forms. That is qualitative and quantitative data. So how best have we protected this data from going into the wrong hands? So that is briefly about this cybersecurity that I'm going to talk about. Let us first watch this video and we can continue.
Ever wondered how secure your next flight is in this technology-driven era? The aviation industry, more than ever, leans on advanced technology to operate. But with this increasing dependence comes the risk of cyber threats. As we embrace the digital age, the question of security in aviation becomes increasingly pertinent. The aviation industry, now more than ever, leans heavily on technology, making it a prime target for cyber attacks. Our interconnected world is a playground for hackers who exploit vulnerabilities to access sensitive passenger data, disrupt critical systems, and even potentially manipulate flight controls. With an alarming increase in cyber attacks, it's clear that our skies are under threat. The spectrum of targets is vast, and the consequences can be catastrophic. With targets ranging from passenger data to flight control systems, the stakes have never been higher. A successful cyber attack can have far-reaching consequences. Imagine the chaos of flight delays, the sting of financial losses, the fears over compromised safety. All these and more can be the fallout of a cyber breach. The threat is real, and the consequences can be severe. The aviation industry is not standing still in the face of this threat. It's actively fortifying its defenses with robust cybersecurity measures. Yet, the task is daunting. With technology's relentless evolution, the battle lines keep shifting. As technology evolves, so too must our defences. The responsibility to protect our skies is a shared one. Governments, airlines, individuals, we all need to prioritise cybersecurity. Let's stay ahead of the curve, constantly evolve our defences and ensure safe and secure travel for all. Stay vigilant, stay secure, protect our skies. Once again, welcome to the 6th EAC Aviation Symposium in Tanzania. And today, let's start addressing legal issues and regulations related to cybersecurity in aviation.
Okay, that is briefly about the video. So basically, most of us who came to Zanzibar today, I'm sure we flew in. So how secure is your flight from Dar es Salaam, from Zanzibar to where we are going? Have we protected the information that we were given that is supposed to be used for purposes, or we have just let it out to everyone to access? I'm going to give an example I saw today. So most of the members within this room, I saw computers open, and they have the Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi that has been given to us. And most of the computers, I'm sure some of them contain data that is supposed to be used for aviation purposes. Are you sure the Wi-Fi that you have used to log on is a secure Wi-Fi? Are you not leaving any data behind? So these are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. Next slide, please. So basically, I'm going to talk about the introduction, current legal challenges in cybersecurity, best practices, and the role of civil aviation when it comes to cybersecurity. So, yes. The aviation industry is basically affected by cyber attacks. So these cyber attacks compromise the safety and security and the trust that passengers have within the aviation industry. So we can, when you look at what I came up with, over 1,000 global cyber incidents are reported monthly, but it is more than 1,000. It can even be reported on a daily basis. So as the aviation industry, we have to focus more on implementing cybersecurity. We shouldn't leave it to only the security people. Whenever there is an aspect of security, it is left to security. So as the entire aviation industry, we have to embark on a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity through integrating the latest technologies within our systems. We need to look at the regulatory framework straight from ICAO standards that are set. Then we domesticate them into our national documents so that we can protect this vital industry. Next slide, please. Yes, when you look at Annex 17, the 12th edition, the entire chapter 4.9 is about cybersecurity. 4.9.1, it is a standard that requires contracting states to ensure that all operators within the aviation industry have identified their critical information which they use for aviation purposes and implement measures to protect this information which they have identified. For example, the information that was being shared since yesterday up to today is all used for aviation purposes. So have we ensured that the operators within the aviation industry have protected this information that we disseminate to them? So this is what this standard is all about. Then the recommended practice, which is 4.9.2. Yeah, this is the best practice. So it requires us to ensure that the operators have implemented measures which are capable of protecting this information which they have identified. So have we ensured that operators have implemented measures that can protect the information that we give to them? So, next slide, please. Yes. When you look at the current legal and regulatory framework, at the international level, ICAO sets for us the standards, which standards we domesticate into our national programs and regulations. So, and we can see examples of countries that have already enacted cybersecurity laws within their standards. So within their programs, based on ICAO standards. For example, South Africa, Kenya, I think all contracting states of ICAO have already domesticated these standards into their national documents and regulations. So, at the African level, there are conventions that have come in to help on cybersecurity. But when you look at the Malabo Convention of 2014, I don't think as East Africa we have embraced it, but the African Union on Malabo Convention of 2014 aims at personal data protection, e-commerce, and also cybersecurity and cyber crimes. I think these are best practices from which we can borrow ideas and we bring on board. Then as a region, we can have a better cyber security within our systems. So when you go to the challenges within cybersecurity in the aviation industry, the challenges are many, but they will differ depending on the terrain in which you operate. But we have challenges which are uniform, the challenges which we face as the entire industry. And these challenges are mainly the regulatory inconsistencies, technical limitations, human resource constraints, financial constraints, and the evolving threat landscape. So, first go back, please. Previous slide. Yes. So when you look at the regulatory inconsistencies, these are basically the new amendments that are always coming in. So you know with amendments, when they come in, you have to review your national documents and ensure that your documents comply with the international standards. So after reviewing these documents, you have to go ahead and hold stakeholder engagements, take operators through what they are supposed to do, give them technical guidance material, which they are supposed to go and incorporate into their documents. So then you have to go ahead and do oversight on them to confirm that what they have documented, they are really implementing it. So by the time this entire process is done, another amendment is coming in. So remember, whenever these documents are amended, you have to train your people. So before one amendment, the process of handling one amendment is done, you're supposed to train people, and another one comes. And remember, operators are so much interested in operating on economies of scale. So for you to push these amendments on them over and over again, it's a challenge. And when you look at the technical limitations, we have the aging infrastructure and disparate technology systems. Yes, our infrastructures cannot support the available technology that we have of late. You may find you are given a computer like 10 years ago, but the software that is available today of, let's say, 2025, this computer cannot accommodate it. So it is also another challenge when it comes to implementing cybersecurity on your systems. Human resource constraints, this is basically about trained personnel within the aviation industry. The aviation industry basically does not so much consider training persons on cybersecurity. The training is basically focused on how much money, if I train you, you're going to bring in. So we need also to focus on training our staff on cyber security. Next slide. Yes. So the financial constraints. The financial constraints within while implementing cybersecurity are basically on the budget lines. When these budgets are being drawn, cybersecurity is rarely considered because cybersecurity involves a lot of research and development. Because you cannot discover threats without going into research and development to see the trends online, what are people up to. you need to discover like on a daily basis, because as we are seated here, there is someone somewhere who is inventing a new software to hack into our systems. When you go to the evolving landscape, threats are changing on a daily basis. Today, the threat is going to come as a message from you, maybe your supervisor instructing you to perform a certain responsibility. Tomorrow, it will come from like that. So these threats are always changing, and they will not stop changing. So as long as research and development is not facilitated, handling the issue of the evolving landscape when it comes to threats, it is going to still be a challenge. So the best practices that we can adopt as the aviation industry to enhance cybersecurity. So as the aviation industry within the region, we need to undertake routine and thorough evaluations to pinpoint weaknesses. So as you do oversight on these systems, don't mainly focus on where the system is doing well. Let us also look at where the system is doing badly so that we can improve. Then configuring systems securely and update regularly while monitoring unauthorized changing. So the system, basically, this will still come back to the aging infrastructure. There's no way you're going to configure your systems to match the current, let's say, softwares when you're still having the aging infrastructure. So that also has to be worked on. And also, we need to implement a network segmentation. For example, you can't have a system and you have the same username and password for more than 100 people. You have to break down, let each individual get their own username, their own passwords, so that they can log onto the system independently. In case a hacker manages to log into using some other person's username, they don't get hold of the entire system. They just get hold of one individual's account. So employee training. So as the aviation industry, we need also to consider training people in terms of cybersecurity. Let us not just concentrate on aviation-related courses. Even cybersecurity should be put into consideration. Next slide. Two minutes. Okay. My time is running out, but the best practices we can also look at the incident response plans, collaboration and sharing, like what we are doing today here. More symposiums should come up, more arrangements maybe from ICAO, ESAF, all that can really help us to curb the issue of cyber threats. So, next slide. As civil aviation authorities, we have responsibilities to play when it comes to cybersecurity, including regulatory oversight, inspections, audits, tests, vulnerability assessments. Then we can also get involved in incident and response coordination. So on the way forward, as the aviation industry, the aviation authorities within the region and the entire aviation industry, we need to focus on international collaboration, training and capacity building, and risk assessment. Please allow me to talk about risk assessment briefly. So before you implement any measure to counter any cyber threats or cyber attacks, you have to be with a basis on which you're implementing that certain measure. And what is going to guide you is the risk assessment that you're going to carry out. You have a system that you want to protect. How are you going to protect it? What are the threats that it is facing? Then you look at the mitigation measures that you're going to put in place to ensure that these measures are really going to protect this system. Not implementing a measure today, you wake up tomorrow, the next day, and the system is already hacked. So risk assessment is really an important aspect to consider when we are implementing the measures to protect our entire system. That's all about my presentation. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for that good presentation. Please take a seat. Isaac. So, apologies, he's taken a bit longer, but I think that was important. So our next presentation is going to be done by Philbert Bakilana from EAC Kasoa. And Bakilana will be presenting on enhancing aviation security and facilitation, that is Annex 17 and Annex 9, the role of regional safety and security oversight organization. To introduce Bakilana, he is a long-serving and seasoned lawyer, an aviation security expert who worked as AFSEC quality control and oversight inspector for more than 10 years with CAA Tanzania. Before joining Qatar Airways as AFSEC lead officer technical standards and compliance and certified national instructor by Qatar Civil Aviation Authority. Currently, he is in charge of aviation security oversight functions for the Regional Safety Oversight Organization of Kasoa, based in Entebbe, Uganda. His role is conducting support missions, oversights, developing model regulations, security programs, and guidance material for the 6 East African member states. Mr. Bakilana holds a degree in law, master's in public administration. He is a member of Tanganyika Law Society, a bar associate of Tanzania mainland, and holds an aviation security professional manager's certification by ICAO and the University of Concordia. And he is also an ICAO certified AFSEC instructor. Welcome on stage, Mr. Bakilana.
Good morning to you all. As I've been introduced, my name is Philbert Bakilana, and I'm going to take us through the enhancing aviation security and the facilitation and the role of regional oversight organization. And my presentation is going to be very brief, and the reason is, number one, some of the contents I'm going to present were covered yesterday when DRD was presenting, and also when our Director Technical, Mr. Paul, was also presenting. So it's a kind of a recap of what has been already covered. So the AAC Kasoa is an RSO established by the East African Community partner states, primarily to provide a common legislative framework and the mechanism for the partner states to fulfill their international civil aviation safety and security oversight obligations under the Chicago Convention and its annexes. Next. And its main objective is to facilitate the effective, efficient, and effective security oversight of aviation operations in the AAC partner states. And this is done, number one, through development and the routine review of civil aviation regulations and the TGMs. And also we conduct technical support to the EAC partner states. And also we have joint activities. Normally we conduct joint activities with the ICAO regional office, Nairobi. And the purpose is to avoid a duplication of efforts when we are supporting our partner states. And also we coordinate workshops and the training activities aimed at capacity building for the inspectors in the area of aviation security in the region. Next. So in order for you to measure the performance of the state, this one is done through ICAO USAP CMA audit, and that is where you can measure how have you been performing as far as the implementation of Annex 17 standards is concerned. So now, the current USAP CMA global average, if I'm not wrong, it is 72.77, and the AF regional average score stands at 64.31, and SF regional average score is 66.46. So in the next slide, we are going to see the graph indicating the score of the EAC partner states. So the blue color, that one was before CASOA started supporting the states. When you go to the orange, that is the time when CASOA had started supporting the states. And what the other color? I don't know. I'm not very good in that one. It indicates how the performance has been growing. So if you see from the first one, you see the trend that it has been increasing. The score has been increasing. And for the other state, the second one, you can see there was initially they had scored over 90%, but there was a slight fall, and now they are within the 80-something%, as you can see. But still, there is an increase, or they maintain their score. They have not dropped, and this is a result of the support we continue providing. Looking at the other one, you can see how the graphs are indicating the growth. So the state started, when you see the blue, it was around 60-something. Then it went to 80-something, now it is in 90-something. You can see the other one, how the score was. It was around 1.54%, but now you can see it was almost 70%. The growth or the performance, the effective implementation of that state. And also the last one you can see. So this is the trend. Due to support, you can see that the scores of our partner states has been increasing. And we actually, our focus is to ensure that our states, the score of our states stands at 80% and above. And in the region, actually EAC region is performing best. If you count the best 5 countries in Africa, in terms of effective implementation, 3 among those are now coming from the EAC region. So you can see how we are trying to support our states to ensure that the performance we keep improving the effective implementation of Annex 17 and Annex 9 standard. Next. So success factors, it is cooperation from the states, because without cooperation, there is no way you can go and provide support. Sharing of resources among the states. We know we are not at the same level. Some states have developed in terms of even resources. So whenever there is a need to support the other states, we normally coordinate the sharing of resources, and we support for other states as needed. The agency has always focused to its mandate, because we are guided by the protocol to ensure that we provide the required support to our states. I mentioned issues of workshop and the training, and we conduct readiness assessment. These ones are done especially for our states when they are scheduled for USAP CMA activities. So before the audit, we normally conduct readiness assessment activities to ensure that our states are ready to take the audit. Next. So whenever there are successes, also there are challenges. Yesterday when DRD was presenting, he mentioned about states not implementing APPNR, some of the states. So this is an area where we have a challenge, but for us, as the region, when we were reviewing our regulation, because most of the challenge, when states were audited, it was found that they don't have the legislative framework, especially for the implementation of APPNR. And for us, what we decided when we were reviewing our regulations, especially at the AFSEC, we picked those provisions which are concerned regarding the implementation of advanced passenger information and passenger name records, and they have been included in our AFSEC regulations. Also, there is a challenge implementation of the CMA findings. I'm going to give an example. There is a long-standing finding in some of the states which says that states have not established minimum detection settings for security equipment used to screen passenger and the cabin baggage, hold baggage, cargo, etc., etc. So now there is no guidance on how
you can keep your questions and then we can pass them over when we are done with the panel discussion. So the panel discussion will comprise of a team of 5. So next on stage, I'm going to welcome Mr. Kenneth Muhangi. And Kenneth Muhangi is a Ugandan lawyer, an expert in intellectual property technology law, telecoms law, and sustainability. He is known of his work in advancing on legal matters relating to technology and innovation. And he has been involved in various initiatives to promote legal awareness and support the tech industry in Uganda and beyond. He's a chair of the inaugural East Africa Law Society Technology, Media and Telecom Law Committee. He's also the chair of the ICT cluster of Uganda Law Society. Kenneth has consulted for the World Bank supporting the preparation of African Drone Forum regulatory track under WEF guidance. And in 2019, Kenneth was part of the organizing team for the African Drone Forum in Kigali, Rwanda. Kenneth also represents Uganda at the 41 armed portfolio communities of the Center for Fourth Industry Revolution of the World Economic Forum. Please help me to welcome Mr. Kenneth, who is already on stage. Next, we will have a lady by the name Engineer Angela Kabali. And Angela currently is working in the aviation industry from 2011 as Air Navigation Engineer under the Air Navigation Service Directorate of TCAA, with vast experience of CNS facilities, especially data communication attained from working in various projects. Engineer Angela is an expert in ATM, AMHS, billing systems, voice and data recorder, as well as networking systems. Currently, Engineer Angela works as Chief Instructor for CNS and Civil Aviation Training Center, supervising the training of CNS and managing training facilities of the center. ICAO, through the state's nominations in 2021, selected Angela on Cybersecurity Panel member under the working group of developing guidance material for states on how to manage cybersecurity issues in aviation. Prior to engagement with TCAA, Engineer Angela was engaged in freelance systems audit and was certified with various vendors on different domains of network and securities. She holds a CCNA, MCSC, and checkpoint certification from Chennai, India. Please help me to welcome Engineer Angela on stage. Next, our panel member is Mr. Shezadi Wali. Shezadi is a country lead at GSD Africa, a company whose mission is to help useful and relevant innovations center enter the African continent. He represents Tomorrow.io, an anchor project in Tanzania. Shezadi also serves as a managing partner at River and Company and founder and also the chair of the NGO called Uta Kwanza. Welcome on stage, Mr. Shezadi. Last but not least is my friend, Mr. Msangi Salim. Msangi Salim is a director of safety regulations from Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority. He carries in aviation, his career in aviation goes back in the year 2001 when he became the security manager at Julius Nyerere International Airport in Dar es Salaam under Tanzania Airports Authority. Thereafter, he assumed different positions until joining CAA. He's an experienced ICAO certified aviation security auditor and instructor and has conducted quite a number of audits in different states within Africa and Asia on behalf of ICAO as a team member. He has also delivered a number of aviation security courses, workshops, and seminars within Tanzania and overseas. He has participated in a number of assistant missions in African states during their preparation for ICAO audit. Mr. Msangi holds a Master's of Philosophy degree from the University of Bergen in Norway, a Bachelor's of Arts degree from University of Dar es Salaam, and Bachelor's of Law degree from Bagamoyo University in Dar es Salaam. Please welcome Mr. Msangi on stage. So we will go into the panel discussion, quite a rich team with me here this morning. And my first discussion will mainly focus on regulations and law in terms of cybersecurity and data protection. And we'll start from Kenneth. Would you please tell us the main regulations requirements for data protection in aviation industry in Uganda?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak to you this morning on this panel with my fellow panelists here. I enjoyed Isaac's presentation in the morning because he really set us up, telling us about the legal frameworks that are necessary for you in aviation or for any airlines that you're also regulating. And so when it comes to data protection, we are fortunate that East Africa has really been a leader in ensuring that we have adequate laws that will govern data protection across the region. In Uganda, where I come from, we have the Data Protection and Privacy Act, which we passed in 2019. I'm aware Tanzania has one, Kenya has one. I'm not sure whether Somalia, South Sudan have one. I think those ones are yet to enact one, but Rwanda also has one. And so from those particular acts, we see that there are particular principles that you must focus on. And again, from Isaac's presentation, we see that data is at the core of your businesses, is at the core of your organizations. And if we're not alive to the nuances of data protection, if we're not alive to the need for the right to privacy to be respected, definitely if there are issues, your customers, the people that you're regulating are the ones that are going to suffer. And so from Uganda, we have particular principles of data protection that we ask that everyone follows. Things like you must be accountable for the data that you collect. You must have adequate security. Of course, since we're looking at cybersecurity, you must keep data minimally. You must also ensure that you have mechanisms in place to ensure that if someone wants, for example, to correct their data, to delete their data, you are able to serve those customers and allow or make it possible for that data to be deleted or for that data to be corrected. And so many of these principles, of course, also are far more reinforced than need for consent, which is the overarching consideration whenever you're looking at our laws. Any data that you collect, specifically personal data, must be collected with consent from the data subject, unless, of course, it is by operation of law. But ultimately, that consent is really something that we cannot do away with. So really, that's the general overview of our data protection regime, at least from the side of regulation. And Isaac also mentioned, we also, of course, have the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and a few other East Africa frameworks as well, East Africa Commission frameworks that also look at data protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. But when we're talking about this data, exactly what is this data that is collected, especially in aviation industry?
Thank you for the question. So the data that you collect, first and foremost, the data protection acts that I have just mentioned focus on personal data. Personal data is any data that can identify a living human being. Now, of course, the living human being also extends to companies or organizations because those also have legal or corporate personality. And so some of the data you collect as a passenger, for example, when I was coming here, they asked me for my passport details. My passport number alone without my name can identify me, Kenneth Mohaj. Away from that, you also collect financial data, which is my credit card information or debit card information. You collect health data. During COVID, we were all subjected to tests. And so, these were kept by the airlines or kept by the regulators. And so all of those are different categories of data that you collect and also that airlines collect.
Oh, thank you very much. That's the case for Uganda. Moving on to Tanzania, is it different?
Good morning, everyone. So for Tanzania, basically, again, we don't have particular cybersecurity laws, but we have enacted what we call the Cyber Crimes Act. And as Kenneth was just saying, we have the Data Protection Act, which basically is sort of used to be able to protect data, personal data. And the Cyber Crimes Act is pretty vast when it comes to collection, investigation, during evidences, but as well it does govern computer systems and information communication technology. However, I understand Tanzania does also follow the IATA and ICAO guidelines, which I believe my fellow colleague Angela is probably going to share a little bit more insight on.
All right, thank you very much. And back to Isaac, and from your presentation, when did ICAO adapt the security, the issues of cybersecurity in Annex 17 technical specification, or where are we on that?
Thank you, Beatrice, for that question. ICAO adopted cybersecurity in 2010, and it came into force in 2011 as the 12th amendment. It was 12th amendment, then the 9th edition of Annex 17.
Right. Thank you very much. And now to the lady, Engineer Angela. From your biography, we see that you're a member of the cybersecurity panel representing Tanzania. Where are we in terms of ICAO providing the technical guidance material for cybersecurity to states?
Thank you. Things, the information sharing, also about the principles on cybersecurity management for states. So these are the documents that we have finished, and in our meeting in June, we are going to present it to the panel so that it can be taken over in Aviation Security Committee, and it to be published for the states. To start from there, while we are going to, of course, we will come up with a manual. So while we are waiting for the manual, the world is not waiting for us. The cyber issues are still going on, as you have heard my colleagues are telling. There is a lot that is happening in aviation, and we can't say that we'll be preparing. When you speak about the cyber, it's about when. Everybody is here is the potential, it's a potential, can be hacked. The CAA, the airline, and everyone. So yes, for the panel, we are somewhere. We are coming. We have the documents already, but we have been given up to 2025 to accomplish the manual.
Okay, thank you very much. We await for the technical guidance material as states. And again, you've worked a lot with systems of air navigation services. What would be your opinion in Council standards of excellence in cybersecurity? Is it achievable? Is it implementable? Or what would be your opinion on that?
The chairperson is looking at me. You start about the Council, the standard of excellence in cybersecurity. It is implementable. It has identified some 13 elements. It also has provided the maturity model that an organization, the organization can be able to analyze its stance. Where does it stand in terms of elements? You can implement one by one, and you can measure your maturity on this. Level A up to level E. That means the level that you don't have anything to the level that you can manage and optimize your cybersecurity system. So it is achievable, and what we have about the leadership and governance. Our leaders has to be committed in the issues of the cybersecurity. Like my DG yesterday said, we have to create awareness, because I know they don't know what can happen if we are attacked today. If we take, for example, the issue of Russia, what has happened, the Russia federal agents, they got up in the morning and the whole some 60+ terabyte data was deleted. There was no information about the aircraft registration, the licensing, everything. You imagine you come up in the morning, you open your system and it has zero data. So starting afresh, using a pen and a paper to work, it is not easy. So we have to start, we have to be committed, define some policies, give some procedures, then from there slowly, slow by slow, implement these 13 elements that have been iterated in the standard of excellence, because we have the issues of the system, the issues of the asset management dimension. There are many. It has touched upon every area, and it's practicable because it is borrowed from the NIST and other ISO standards which have been applied in the industry. So why not in aviation?
Wow. She says that our leaders have to take, to be committed in that. And the good thing is that we have the Director Generals in the room. So, yeah. Thank you very much. Now, this was a unique panel in that we had panel discussions on cybersecurity and data protection, and we were also discussing aviation security and facilitation. And now I'm going to move to aviation security and facilitation. And my first discussion question is to Bakilani, and I'll ask, I know you did your presentation, but practically, how
of CASOA, they are rooted from the protocol for its establishment and also the CASOA Act. So what we do for the states, number one, we have forums, working groups, where experts from partner states participate in the development of the regulations and the technical guidance material. So they are part of the process as we develop our regional model documents. So that is one. Number two, I mentioned during my presentation, we have an MOU which was signed by the CASOA board that time, where they agreed that we can share resources within the region to support each other. So that is another way how we collaborate and work with our states. Another thing that we normally do is we conduct support mission. I'll give an example. For example, we have been working to develop aviation security oversight, actually safety and security oversight system in the Republic of South Sudan. And in this one, we started the project in the area of AFSEC with ICAO SAF. That was back in 2019. And we developed all the national documents for the states, starting from the regulations and the programs which are needed for the effective oversight of the state. So that is another thing that we also do. But again, we do technical mission, and this technical mission, we liaise with experts from the states where necessary to assess how the states are implementing the requirements as established in their national documents, and also in compliance with the international requirements. So in a nutshell, those are some of the activities that we do to ensure that states are effectively implementing the security requirements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakilana. Do you have one or two success stories or initiatives that you've conducted as CASOA to the states?
Yes. If you noted from my presentation, one of the successful stories is that our states, in terms of effective implementation, as a result of the ICAO USAP CMA assessments, we are standing, actually, if I get the average score, we are standing above 80-something. So 80-something, which I'm mentioning, is above the global average, which is 72.77. So that is one of the successful states can testify to this. When we go for assessment support, sometimes we see things which they have never seen, and they have been working there, so they really appreciate. And this has been one of the things which we have succeeded. And also, I mentioned we are developing model regulations and TGM for the states. We have all the required TGMs in all the states. So even our new member states, we are not going to invent the wheel. We already have the documents. What is needed is just to go and customize those documents into their national requirements, depending, especially some of them they are using French, so maybe those kind of translation is what is needed. And one of another thing, if I go back to, you remember I mentioned that one of the states' effective implementation was standing at 1.54%, but now it is almost 7%. So that is a great achievement. From that low to that level, you can really see how CASOA has been working to make sure that our partner states are performing well, especially in terms of effective implementation of Annex 17 and Annex 9 standards.
Thank you very much. I would confirm that as Kenya, we were beneficiaries of the technical assistant mission before our audit, and yes, it came in handy, so we appreciated that. But now that is speaking from CASOA perspective. Now I'll go to the seasoned ICAO USAP CMA auditor, and we would like to hear from Mr. Musangi. What challenges are the states facing in implementation of the 8 critical elements? And what would you, do you have anything that you can recommend to CASOA in terms of what, can they do anything more to help states in the challenges that the states are experiencing?
Good morning. Thank you, moderator. First of all, I wish to acknowledge the efforts that have been put by many states during their preparations for the audit. During the period myself, I've been involved in this audit, I believe since 2010. A lot of states, when you get there, you find a lot of work has been done. And this is an evidence that they put a lot of weight during the audit. And sometimes you find even the documentation that auditors request during the audit, they were developed probably a day before the audit starts. And even when the audit is in progress, some of the documents keep on coming, they are still hot from the printer. But we always accept. It's an effort. But the problem begins after the audit has ended. During the audit, you find even some staff who were about to go for annual leave, their leaves are cancelled because of the preparation. Some shifts were not adequate because during the audit, we are looking at adequate number of personnel as well. So to address that problem, we find some states, they have to cancel leaves to impress the ICAO that they have good number of personnel, but what we look at during the audit is what we see during the audit. But expectation after the audit is to keep that system going thereafter, and there is where the problem begins. Consistency. Consistency is key because just after the audit has ended, you find a lot of states. Now, they dress down. A lot of measures which were being implemented during the audit, they are no longer being implemented in the same way as it was during the audit. It is like the audit was done to impress the ICAO. It is like it is an ICAO audit and not a state audit. They don't see the benefit of that audit itself. Who benefits from that audit? Of course, it is the state. It's to improve the performance of the state. How many times ICAO have come to your state for the audit? If you performed well in this first audit, it takes a while, probably 5, 7. Some states receive audit after even 10 years. What happens in between? Now comes the need for the appropriate authority to make sure that the level that was achieved during the ICAO audit is maintained consistently. If we don't, then is when you find during the preparation, we use a lot of effort, a lot of resources to bring up the level of implementation to where it was from the previous audit. That has been a very serious challenge to many states that I have participated in their audit. You find, I will give you one example, though countries. I was in a country where, because of the audit, you know, they always organize some conspiracy committees, eh? We know that. So they agreed that a category of personnel who were previously not screened, they should now be screened because of the IK audit, and they will drop that after the audit has ended. And this category, I don't think it is a problem mentioning that category of personnel. It was the police. They agreed they should not screen the police. They should screen the police because their documentation said every person should be screened prior to accessing restricted area. So every person's means includes also the police. But the police were adamant, and looks like they were not screened all along until when the audit was about to start. So what happens now? They had to sit in a committee and they agree that police should be screened, and the police kindly accept, and this will stop after the audit. Now it was agreed. So when the audit started, we were in a gate where police frequently go through. And you know, when the bad luck comes, one policeman was, looks like he was not in that agreement as he was in leave. And this man shows up in the morning, and he comes at the gate right at the time we were also there. There was no more conspiracy which can take place while we are still there. So this gentleman goes to the screening point, and he was told to take off the shoes, do that, do that. He said, what has happened? And it was an English-speaking country, so everybody could hear, including ourselves. What has happened today? The guy was trying to pull him aside and tell him the auditor around. So we came close to make sure that doesn't happen. So the plan was spoiled, and we came to learn that that was not a practice. It only happened on that day. It was an agreement. So what I'm talking about here is we are lacking consistency after one audit has ended. That has been our problem. One audit, once it has ended, it has to be a preparation for another audit. If you continuously implement measures consistently, you will find yourself, when you get to another audit, it becomes very easy to comply. That was my first point. The second point is on capacity problem. When I address this issue of capacity problem, I'm looking at something that Baklan has just said. From my experience, we have these protocol questions in safety, in security as well. They address all the 8 critical elements of provisions of ICAO annexes. They are very good tools if you use them properly, because they have all the questions that you are going to be asked. They have all the elements that you have to look into if you want to comply. But you find the states, the knowledge on how to interpret those elements within the protocol questions is lacking. For example, I will give example of one critical element, number 5. Just an example. Is about guidance material. Very simple one. states or CAA has to prepare guidance material for the industry. Very simple. And normally they do that. CASOA does that. State can use CASOA document, customize them. But during the audit, one question that will come is, yes, you have the document. Have you done the dissemination? Has this documentation reached the operators who use them? So you will fail the question on one element of dissemination. Those people who have to use this documentation have not been able to receive them. So you will miss that question. So understanding the requirement of the protocol question has been a problem to many states. And this, I think, CASOA should take this seriously and make sure that states understand the requirement in the protocol questions. Once that is done, we'll have made a very big step. And we should also make sure that all the checklists that we currently use, all the checklists we use during the oversight, address all the requirement of the protocol questions. That has been a serious problem that we have. The checklist that we use today, when you look at those checklists and compare with the protocol questions, which are broken down from provisions of the annex, they are different. And there is where we fail. Also, some states, they don't even know what brings an SSCs. And some states have been living with SSC. They survive with SSCs deficiencies because they don't know what brings in an SSCs. This is true. When you go to a state for assistance mission, for example, we normally find a lot of problems which likely could bring an SSC to the state. Very simple one which could be addressed within a day. And when you tell them is when they address. Another issue that I would like to put forward is on the documentations. Many states have very clear documentations. They are very good ones. Some they prepare themselves, some are prepared by consultancy, some during assistance mission, but don't read their document. You find ICAO auditor comes to show you the provision in your document. You are asked a question and it takes 5 minutes for you to show the answer in your document, but ICAO normally auditors read this document before the audit. And when he sees you are moving up and down, he tells you to open page 73 and he tells you this is the answer. And one example I could tell you, I assisted a state. As I said, I will never mention a state here. I assisted a state, and the documentation had a problem when they were going through a process to the audit. And I reached their point, time was not on my side. I said, let me help them use my own national documentation to address some of the problem, some of the chapters. So mistakenly, the chapters that I borrowed them had the word Tanzania. I forgot to remove that because I was in a hurry. So that stayed there until the audit. And when I met these ICAO auditors in a mission somewhere else, we met and they said, were you in a certain state? I said, yes. We saw their document. You see? So people have documents, very good ones, but they don't know the provisions of their document. And if you don't know what is in that document, how are you going to implement them? Definitely you cannot implement something you don't know what is in it. So those are the serious problems that I've been seeing with the state. Documentation. Also, preparation during the audit. I said preparation is key. And the consistency thereafter. But during this preparation, what I wanted to talk about is involvement of all stakeholders. There are several stakeholders that will be involved during the audit. And there are states where even these protocol questions, they consider them as confidential document. You go to an operator, you ask them, have you ever seen this protocol question? They say no. And those are the tools which they should use to prepare for the audit. So you find a state fails, and it is not a failure of this operator, it is the failure of the state. You find an operator is a private entity like Oricare, and the CAA is the government. The government says they are not supposed to have this, is a security, sensitive security information. Those are questions. Everybody have to have them and teach them on how to implement on those questions. They are not confidential. So this has been a serious problem to many states, and I thought I should point out this, and since Kasoa is here, I think it is a high time that we address them to help this state to move forward together. Thank you very much.
Wow. That is exactly what we meant when we said that Mr. Musangi is a seasoned ICAO USAP CMA auditor, and as a region, we really appreciate you and we appreciate the support that you've been giving to the state. I think, Kasoa, you've had it. Those are the challenges on ground, and if you could help the states to sort out some of these issues, then we would really move together as one, because there's no point of one state in EAC performing so well while we have states that are still struggling. We would love to get to a point where we have no country that is being left behind. I think that is the end of our panel discussion, and now we are ready for questions. I don't know whether we've passed our time. We are told we have 5 minutes, so we can take questions. Oops, I see many hands. Okay.
I think to help them move, then we will deal with the several questions at once. We'll start with DRD, DG Kenya, Deputy DG Rwanda, and DG Uganda, in that order. Then they'll respond at once.
Thank you very much. That's a very good presentation. I will, it is not a question. Mine is a comment, especially what Bakiran started with. What is the role of Kasoa in supporting states? And now Musangi also added. I will not talk only about aviation security and facilitation. I want to take it to the whole role of NERESO and even a regional office, ICAO. What I have seen, and with my age, I can do it maybe the years before I could not do it. What I want to say today is let us do a kind of self-criticism in ICAO and the regional and regional safety and the security oversight organization. How do we do? We assist states. I don't want to go into details. Maybe my advice is to the DGs present here, who should have complained the way we provide assistance to states. It is good, very good, we do provide assistance, but are we consistent? let us talk about the two bodies, both safety and security. This program normally is done by ICAO headquarters. There is a bureau in charge of that. But when ourselves, meaning regional office and the RSOs, we go to assist states, we keep again asking the same questions, auditing, and then some of the issue we develop findings. Personally, I think that this is not what we should be doing, both regional offices and the RSOs. The questions are there to be asked by the audit office at the headquarters ICAO, not us. So my proposal, DGs present here, is that we should improve the way we support states. We should go there, ask them what they have done to a particular finding. If they have not done it, we ask them why this was not done. Sometimes, as Musangi said, states may not understand exactly what should be done. Then what we should do, we should show them how to do it. And then, especially, measure now the mission we conducted today. When we are coming for a follow-up, we should not go back again to ask the same question. We should be coming exactly as a follow-up mission to ask you, last time we discussed A, B, C, D, where are you? So this is my appeal so that we can improve our way of working together. Otherwise, I really appreciate the cooperation we have had with KASOA in supporting state. So you understand my intervention is not in aviation security and facilitation alone. I'm talking about the way we should be conducting our assistance activities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. That is more of an advice and a remark on how the technical support missions should be conducted. And I agree with him because it's not about asking questions and leaving the findings with the state. It's more of showing them how to do it, because indeed the reason why the technical team was invited into the country is to support. So I agree. I think we agree with that. Thank you. The next question was DG Kenya.
Thank you very much, moderator. My question goes to Isaac. Isaac, cybersecurity is the next, actually it's the biggest threat. And with things like artificial intelligence, even people who deal with security or cybersecurity really don't have a feel of how things are supposed to be just yet. So is there a way, this is something I can tell you we're thinking of internally, is there a way machine learning languages that we can be proactive as a region, looking at AI and coming up also with machine learning languages, working with the academia to figure out ways now to really analyze our systems, because AI is the way of the future and it's still not been understood. I know there were tests carried out, I believe it was last week or the other week, where AI was actually deceiving human beings, yet the algorithm, it's not supposed to do that. So with things like that, and that being the way of the future, is there a way that as a region, working with the academia and knowing we have brilliant youth and just brilliant people in ICT in this particular region, that we could leapfrog, be proactive to deal with that particular issue? Because we know the whole world, that's an area that there's R&D. R&D is really, I don't want to say weak in our region, but how now we could deal with that particular issue.
Thank you so much, DG. My main perspective about AI and how we can adopt it as the entire region is to embark on training of staff. That is first and foremost. Then secondly, we have to consider more investment in research and development, like you said, because it is key. However much you train people and they don't know the trends that are around within the AI systems, they will still not implement those measures the way you want them to be implemented as a region. But if we come together as a region and we train our staff and we invest in research and development, because even the threat landscape is evolving on a daily basis. These threats that we see, you can see a threat today, but the next day it will be completely different from what you saw yesterday. But the more we invest in research and development, and the more we train our people, so that we equip them with the skills that they can implement in protecting our systems. For example, the ED technical Kasoa mentioned something to do with implementing of a system to, is it Sophia? That system. So if you have not trained your people very well on how that system is going to be protected, and if those people are not so much involved in research and development on how to protect that system, looking at the trends that are taking place globally. And I want to state an example of this. Cyber attacks have similar characteristics when it comes to the outcomes from those attacks. One, you'll definitely see financial losses, operational disruptions, loss of confidence from passengers. So if this system is not well protected, because that is what we are focusing on, protecting the system to ensure that it does not fall into the wrong hands. So if you invest in training, you invest in research and development as a region, you will basically get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear the question from DDG Rwanda.
Thank you. While we often focus on cybersecurity threats to systems connected to internet, recent incidents like the unlawful communication interference with the FIR, Mogadishu FIR, highlights the vulnerabilities in the system not directly connected to the internet, such as aircraft communication and navigation systems. So for instance, in that specific cases, aircraft will experience critical communication issues while en route over that area, with the crew receiving instruction from fake ATCs or fake controllers via regular ATC frequency. So how can we effectively mitigate the risks associated with GNSS interference in such scenario? So the question goes to all the panelists on if you can provide insight into that practical strategies to safeguard against a similar threat and ensure the integrity of communication and navigation system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have that answered by Angela.
You have brought a challenge which is still difficult even for manufacturers to encounter, because most of the time these air navigation facilities, we are told they are secure by design. So we have the so-called dedicated frequencies given known only to the pilot and the controllers and, and so on. So we expect the normal interferences of noises, like radio broadcaster or some noise coming from the radio. When you start getting those fake information, the fake controllers in your frequency, that is when the problem comes. And the issue of cyber now in this case, it is still lagging behind to touch into these systems, because we know in the communication facility there are some basics that will help you not to be interfered with others. But we haven't yet reached to that, though in the panel we have kept that as a study. We are asking the committee to check on the communication facilities because that is an area which we haven't experienced issues in a larger quantity compared to these other facilities that use the public networks. The hackers, we know the hackers knows how to do the coding, the normal computer coding. So I think I can also return this, you can return these questions to the audience. If we have any manufacturers here, they can also help us to answer on this.
Let's hear what.
So one of the ways to basically avoid also having all these cyber attacks is one, by definitely investing a lot on the security softwares and obviously research and development. But also we've seen that most of the times these softwares are not being updated frequently. And so whenever you're not updating your softwares frequently, that gives the attackers a chance to then create these cyber attacks. And that means the management, the maintenance of these softwares is very key to avoid such attacks as well on a regular basis.
Thank you very much. Next, and the last question that we'll take is from DG Uganda. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I think you'll just, okay. So next DG Uganda, and then you're going to take the rest of the questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you, panelists. Each time I attend these symposiums, I go with more questions than answers. And even this one is not very different. Of course, ED, you have seen that you need a regional policy on cyber security. Maybe that one, let me leave it, since he's my neighbor here. And I'm a board member, so this one can be done here. Now, I was impressed by the way Mr. Msanji is telling us, because this process is not, let no one tell you something different. Audit is not comprehensive or understood the way you are talking about it, and I know, of course, because of time you are not very comprehensive, but the few you have been able to bring out should be taken seriously. Yes, we develop documentation, we have seen protocol questions, going through all the audit areas, but the way to handle the audit is continuously a problem. Because you do one part, maybe you do it without the industry, then it will be proved when the audit has reached the industry. It would be proved wrong. So Kasoa, yes, I know, and I know you are doing quite a lot, and I agree with the information Bakirana was putting there about the intervention of Kasoa. But it looks like we need actually to use the platform of Kasoa to get experts, all experts in the region, to continuously focus at their expense, not at the expense of Kasoa, on these countries, depending on their level of preparedness, no, not just preparedness for audit, but even implementing corrective action plans. And of course, what you do not emphasize is that we are at varying levels of EI scores. And so these experts, like our friend there, would be probably roaming the whole region, looking at the various areas, various peculiar gaps that are there, and making sure that we leave no state behind. Even those that are in the 90s are still lacking In fact, if you listen to him carefully, those 90s could be a result of simulations. Yes, like that policeman. So to avoid a policeman-like scenario, of course, and coordinated movements of troops, as they call them, we could be prepared together as a region, continuously prepared under the framework of KASOA. I got, of course, the other matter about the race, the technological race. Certainly, it is clear that different countries, individual countries cannot cope up with the technological developments in as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Again, because we put this regional arrangement there, we go back to the region to see how together we could continue to pull one another from these being left behind by technology. Otherwise, I want to thank you so much for this, and also to comment that it is fresh air indeed, because I see young faces in front of us. There was a time in aviation when the average age was like mine. But am I telling the truth? Am I not telling the truth? There was a time of Bachirana is laughing. Bachirana looks like either a grandfather or a father-in-law, although he's not very different from them. So I am glad that we now have young faces in front of us, and we are slowly moving on to endear aviation with indeed to the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will comment on that. That will be commented by Mr. Msangi. And then next we give Mr. Baliga Shambo.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be short. Try. Because I know of six of the panelists. I know them very well, including Kenneth. We were together in the World Economic Forum. So he's a very big expert. And when they asked about AI, I saw your mouth trickling. You wanted to answer. Maybe you could try as you go along. I want you to bank on what my brother Emir and Winnie, my sister, mentioned. That's very important. The issue of artificial intelligence. We are moving very fast, from machine learning to deep. What do you call it? Whatever. Then big data and all that. Now we are at artificial intelligence. Actually, artificial intelligence has been superseded. It's no longer the issue. The issue is generative AI. That's where we're moving to. So what Emir was talking about is 1935 stuff, when it started by Alan Turing. Now we are in the danger area. Generative AI, where the computers are going to be generating data without you giving them the data. So my question here would be, how are we strategizing ourselves to make sure that we are going to be with the world as we're moving to generative AI? Of course, we are not there. But if we don't counter AI, how are we going to counter generative AI? Because the issues that Winnie was talking about are just a drop in the ocean. There are going to be many, because these computers, anybody who is generative AI can be able to generate information without using your own data. So, Isaac was talking about protecting data. There is a software now. If you put it on your computer, you can generate all the information on all the CAAs that are here. You can get all the things on everything. The reports, one of the security reports are supposed to be confidential. So one of the states told me, oh, we can't give it to you. I said, okay, fine. I used my software and regenerate it, because they have shared it amongst themselves. The moment you share it on the email, everybody can see it. So there's nothing like confidential that you have to, everything, your presentation you made is already public information everywhere in the world. So we now need to put in place, what do we do as aviation and through KASOA to make sure that we put in some semblance of robust systems? And that's what strategy we have. My second one is on the issue. The lady talked from Tanzania. I forget her name. She talked about the issue of backing information. Backup information is very important. And aviation were a bit weak in that area. I know there are some centers which have got doing data banking. Kenneth, maybe you could highlight us to what, I know there's like Raxo in Uganda and some other places. Is it possible? And I talked to Raxo people. They said, do we have any body in aviation that is storing data with you? No. None of the aviation entities in East Africa are actually keeping data in those. They are all pushing it. Some of them haven't even taken it to cloud. Burundi is not yet on the cloud. Rwanda is already on the cloud. South Sudan is not on the cloud. So now, how do we make sure that through KASOA, we can secure all the data information in aviation and have it both on the cloud and on other backing systems, so that if we had any problem, we can have this data protected and can be accessed. There are many others, but I will leave. I'm a no-code expert in ICT, but I'll leave it at that for the experts to give us more highlight. And I think Maugo wanted to add something then before.
I'm really getting pressure from the organizers. They're telling me that we way past the time. But I think, Edie Kasoa, you can clearly see that the session required a bit of time. So for next time maybe and for planning purposes. But for now, I think we just have to, for the interest of time, I think we just have to end it there. And I'll give it to Mr. Musangi to comment on the first question, and then Ken to comment on the second question, and then we're going to end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. To comment on that was not really a question, but to assure the Director General Uganda, the region has enough experts on aviation security and safety, and they have been working hard together with KASOA. And in all preparations for the audit of different states, they have been consulted and they were pulled together and they assisted some states. I don't know for Uganda, but I know for Kenya, I know for Tanzania, and I don't know which other, Burundi as well. Some states where some experts were involved in assisting these states. I think the issue here is, after the audit, the CAA of the states has to stay on course to make sure that implementation continues as it was during the audit. It is not about the operator. Operator just follows what the appropriate authority tells them to do. But if relax some measures, then there is where the problem begins. So all the problems should be addressed to the CAA, which regulates the industry.
Thank you. Indeed, I was tickling to say something about artificial intelligence. And really, I feel that as a region, this is where we should change ourselves, in the sense that what technology has done, technology is a leveler. And as East Africa, as Africa, really we are at such a cusp to be able to move forward with how the world is moving, but I feel we're afraid to be able to embrace these systems. One of our panelists here introduced himself as representing a company called Tomorrow.io, which is a company that uses or leverages artificial intelligence to be able to offer accurate weather data. Now, every civil aviation authority here will agree that weather data and getting accurate data is something that really is a challenge. But this company is around, but I'm not sure whether, as a civil aviation authorities, whether Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, we are talking to these companies to see how we can leverage. And if I was to add on to that as well, we have such a huge resource in our populations. We have more educated Ugandans, Kenyans, Tanzanians, Burundians, East Africans generally. And for many of these, the challenge is they don't have the money or the push to be able to invest or to be able to innovate, to be able to create systems that we can all use. And as CASOA, which really we are looking at as the oversight agency here, it would be very good to be able to set up, well, I don't want to call them incubation hubs because I feel that that word has been used a lot, but to be able to set up funds or centers where you're able to leverage, send out calls, ask universities, ask entrepreneurs to be able to create systems that can be able to assist with many of these problems. Even some of the ones we're talking about regarding cybersecurity, like the ones highlighted by the DG of Rwanda. I feel that if we invest in that particular aspect, R&D, we have a long ways to go. And I'll end really by also saying that ultimately, especially with what you mentioned about localizing data, we do have data centers like Raxio in Uganda and a few others across the region, but we don't use them. And that's so sad because ultimately as well, we're breaching our laws, because when we look at our data protection laws, there's an emphasis on localization of data. And that if you're going to transfer data outside, if you're going to save data in the cloud or somewhere else, you should do so either with what we call standard contractual clauses or in a manner that ensures that you're transferring it to a country that has adequate laws or policies in place. But if we don't have data protection by design in our entities, especially CASOA, if you're not looking at data protection by design, by ensuring that you have these policies that are shared with the civil aviation authorities or with the airlines as well, where you guide on exactly what the best practice should be, then you miss out on those opportunities. And of course, there are many other cascading issues that follow, in the sense that these companies come here, invest millions of dollars in setting up such centers, but are underutilized or not utilized at all. So I would say if we focus on these policies, and especially since we're talking about audits, I wish, especially since I am really passionate about data protection, let's add data protection among these audits that you look at. If you don't add data protection and cybersecurity, then we'll keep having all these issues. But if you focus on data protection by design, cybersecurity by design, and ensure that you include those within the audits that ICAO is ICAO or CASOA is actually carrying out, then it will be difficult for anyone to hack your systems, for you to keep losing data. And by the way, when we talk about losing data, it's not only just through hacking. Losing data or data breaches also are as a result of all of you that work for these entities, not knowing that perhaps you should keep data in a manner that is secure or in a manner that is minimal. So again, these audits allow things like trainings or to be able to see where the gaps are, and eventually we will have a region that is cognizant of data protection and generally security, but also that is alive to artificial intelligence and the prospects that it has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the far end left, I would like to thank Isaac from Uganda, then Bakilani from CASOA, next Kenneth from Uganda, Engineer Angela from Tanzania, Shizadi from Tanzania, and last but not least, Mr. Salim Musangi from Tanzania. Thank you very much for finding time to come and be panelists in this session and for your presentation. I was your moderator, Beatrice Mudhoga from Kenya Civil Aviation. Thank you very much for listening.
I'll request the panelists just to give us a few more minutes so that we can be able to at least have some token for them. And I would like to invite the legal director for DRCCA, Anatole Kanyanga, to join us on the podium. So we will start with the we'll start with Isaac. Then we'll go to Bakilana. Then Angela. Then Mr. Salim. then Kenneth, then Wally, and lastly the moderator, Beatrice. So we can all come forward for a group photo with the As they take a group photo, we'll seek your indulgence for a few minutes. Would like to conduct a short function here where we would have an MOU signing between KASOA and AMAC, and I would like to invite the executive director to the podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Board Chair, KASOA Board, all protocols observed. Good morning. I think it's still morning. We want to also appreciate the team that has just been here. It was a very interactive session on security and cyber security. And I know, as Beatrice has put it, it was really critical that we have this session, but next time we'll consider having enough time to be able to address all these issues that are coming from the audience. So as you're aware, one of the issues that we are having is that as a community we are growing. We are growing, and the strategic approach that we are taking is to be able to partner with as many sister regional safety oversight organizations as possible. In the area of air navigation, we have one expert who is covering all the 6 areas of air navigation. Now, when you looked at the brief that was given by the Director Technical, you realize that one of the elements that the region is not performing well is air navigation services. So the agency, under the guidance of the board, we decided to take an approach of having to partner with other RSOs, and in this case, we have the honor of having the Executive Secretary with us, Mr. Louis Bakinon, who is the Executive Secretary of AMAC. So we've been having discussions on signing an MOU, and today, allow me to welcome him to the podium, Mr. Bakinon. Please join us here. We are going to sign an MOU, and the objective here is to tap into the experience that we have from AMAC, as well as the experience that we have with KASOA, and be able to partner together, especially in the area of exchange of inspectors, capacity building. I think it has been mentioned again and again that the issue we have is capacity. So we want to leverage on the available capacities within the sister RSOs to be able to better support partner states. So Mr. Bakilon, please, you can have the floor.
Morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I am Louis Bakienon. I'm the Executive Secretary of AMAC. AMAC is an RSO dealing with air navigation service. As my colleague Gatete said in a few minutes, we are now in charge of ANS in 18 countries, mainly in western side of Africa, in Central Africa, and also in Comoros and Madagascar. And we are very happy today to sign this MOU with CASOA. CASOA in this side of Africa. And we are aiming to enhance safety in the region more than what we are dealing today. It is important, as we said yesterday during the panel, that all the states will work together. And we think that RSOs can help states to work together. We think that RSO can be the first leading, pulling together our resources, pulling together our our financial and human resources in order to help safety in our region. I'm today very happy to be here, and I want to congratulate my friend Gatete for this symposium. All what I've seen since yesterday show that we have people in Africa to enhance safety. We have people in Africa who can do all for Africa so that our level of aviation be very well known in Africa and also in all the world. So thank you, Gatete, for inviting AMAC, and we will continue improving our relation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MC, back to you.
Thank you very much. We'd like to invite us to a coffee break, and we'd like to minimize the time a lot. So we're only giving you 15 minutes for coffee break. Then we reconvene here for session 5 of this symposium. Sorry, section 6, yeah? Okay. So 15 minutes. Let's take the minimum time possible.
Moderator introduced me. My name is Shukuru Nziku. I'm the Chief Air Traffic Management, Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority. I will be presenting on this topic, examining the legal consideration related to air traffic control, airspace management, and air navigation services vis-a-vis the growing traffic density. But my presentation mainly will focus on the global and regional ATM initiative, which are geared to enhance the capacity of air navigation services, and also the legal challenges which these initiatives are faced. So the scope of my presentation, it will start with the introduction, and then I will discuss the ATM regional initiatives and the enablers to manage growing traffic density in relation to the legal and regulatory challenges. And then finally, we'll see the way forward. In the introduction, I'm sure we all know that aviation industry is highly controlled and regulated. But also, the traffic density globally, it doubles in size after every 15 years. This is according to the Global Air Navigation Plan. The traffic doubles after every 15 years. But also, to cope with that, ICAO came with 7 operational ATM concept. So it came with 7 operational concept elements, which are geared to ensure that we cope with the future ATM. The first is the airspace organization and management, where we need to have a dynamic and a flexible airspace. And the aerodrome operation, where we need infrastructures of the airport, which are ensuring that we cope with the growing density. And then the demand capacity balancing, which we need to have mechanisms which will ensure that we balance the demand and capacity. That means the number of aircraft operating the airspace with the capacity of providing the services. And then the traffic synchronization, which is focusing on the orderly flow of traffic within that airspace. It needs to be considered. The issue of conflict management, which deals with to have a strategic and also tactical mechanisms to ensure that we avoid the collision in the airspace. And the airspace user operation that we have to, we know that the airspace has a mixed operators with different capabilities. So this is the aspect which takes care of everybody within the airspace. And the last is the ATM sales development, the delivery management, which now this element links the other 6 elements within the ATM system. In order for them to be integrated, they need to have this element called the ATM CDM. On the global initiative, I'm sure everybody knows about the ASIBU framework, which I will not go in detail, but it mainly focuses on interoperability of ATM systems and also the harmonization of procedures. Next slide. So this global initiative, and even in this region, the African region, we have these initiatives which are there to ensure that we cope with the growing traffic density. The first is the free routing airspace. The free routing airspace is an airspace within which users choose their preferred route from entry to the exit. So they choose the preferred route. And this one, the preferred routes, they are not now supposed to being constrained to the current fixed route network. So this is a free route concept. It offers several benefits, including efficiency, reliability, flexibility, and environmental sustainability for both airlines and airspace users. But this concept of a free route, in order to be effective, is supposed to be used. It is more effective when it is applied in a large airspace, like the whole Africa or like the East Africa. But applying it within a single state or single FIR, it becomes a challenge, because the purpose here is to have the operators, they require to reduce the time of flying. Now, applying it within a single airspace, it becomes a challenge. So it is more effective when it is applied in the large airspace. But the main challenge, which is there, is the harmonization of procedures. Because this thing, in order to be applied in cross-border operations, crossing the FRRs, then you need to have the same regulations, the airspace designation, the operational procedures, they need to be harmonized. So that is the big challenge in implementing the free routing airspace within a large area. Next slide, please. Yeah, for example, I have taken, just go ahead. Okay, I think there is a problem on showing. I showed 3 routes, but they are not displayed on the map. Okay, for example, if somebody is flying from Mogadishu to Kinshasa, I showed the route where it is easier if he is flying on that the free route airspace from Mogadishu to Kinshasa. It takes about more than 4 hours. So if you apply it in the free route airspace, it becomes more efficient than the way they are flying now in fixed routes. But also, if somebody is flying from Malakal, there is an airport, Malakal, in South Sudan, flying to Lubumbashi, it takes about 3 hours. So applying it in a free route airspace becomes more efficient. And also, if it flies from Addis Ababa to Ora Tambo, within the East African airspace, it becomes very easy to apply the free routing. So it will insist more on ensuring that we apply and increase the capacity of our airspace. But unfortunately, the map does not show. I don't know why, but the technical challenge. Okay, go ahead with the. Yeah, another initiative is the air traffic flow management, which is an initiative, is a global initiative, but it can be also applied within the African region or the East African airspace region, which is mainly focuses on balancing the demand and capacity. The ATFM mainly focuses on balancing the demand and capacity. That means the number of aircraft operating in the airspace vis-a-vis the capacity of handling those aircraft. So initially, this concept of ATM is explained in Annex 11, but it was mainly focusing that when you want to implement the ATFM, it must be the demand when it exceeds the capacity, then you need to implement the ATFM. But the new concept now, it is not only necessary to consider the demand and capacity, but also, the ATFM, it focuses mainly on optimizing the capacity. So even if the demand does not exceed capacity, this ATFM will optimize the capacity, reduce delays, etc. So the implementation of this initiative also requires a large airspace, like the East Africa, the whole of East Africa, or the Africa at all. But implementing the national ATFM is a bit challenging because it has shown the impact is less than when you implement it regionally. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the regional ATFM is more effective as compared to national ATFM in realizing the safety, efficiency, environmental impact mitigation and cost saving. So implementation of this ATFM requires harmonization of regulations and also operational procedures, as well as reviewing letters of agreement. So you see, it's also a challenge. Unless we have harmonized procedures, then it is easier to implement, like in ESC. Next slide, please. Yeah, another thing which I thought is also important is the standardized training of personnel. And when we want to implement these new concepts, we need also to harmonize or standardize the training of personnel. And also this one, it involves aligning the curriculum, practical training assessment criteria, certification, and licensing to ensure consistency in skills and knowledge. So it is important to harmonize the training in East Africa, and I think KASOA can lead for that. Next slide. Yeah, another things which I wanted to consider in this discussion is the enablers now. In order to have what I have discussed, the three aspects, the free routing, the ATFM, there are enablers. For example, for free routing, in order to be effective, we need to utilize as much as we can the surveillance systems in the region. The first aspect is the implementation of IDC, which is the ATS interfacility data communication. This one, it provides the automatic coordination between FIRs, between adjacent area control centers. So the ATM systems are automated so that they coordinate, so in order to reduce the workload for air traffic controllers. So this is a very important aspect. But the problem we are facing currently, we don't have a guidance material for this implementation of AIDC. Currently, there is a guidance material which in Africa we always use, is the Asia and the Pacific guidance material on the implementation of AIDC. But the environment of Asia and the Pacific as compared to Africa, there are a lot of challenges which are differing. So it is important to have a guidance material for implementation of AIDC in Africa. If I can take an example, for example, in Africa, we have a common challenge of missing flight plans. And missing flight plans is one of the important issue in AIDC. But in other regions, it might not be the big challenge of missing flight plans. So it is important to have a specific guidance material for Africa. And then another thing is the sharing of surveillance data between adjacent airfare. We have a lot of radar systems, for example, especially the secondary radar, but they are used in isolation. They are not shared. The data they are not shared. Go to another slide, please. Yeah, and also there is also a distortion of this diagram. I only had 2 circles. Now I can see 4 circles. So that is also issue. But what I wanted to show there, that there is a radar station in Kilimanjaro, Tanzania, and another radar station in Nairobi. They are close to each other, but since the radar data are not shared, you find there is a huge airspace which is overlapping to both radars. But since they are not shared, they are not used effectively. But if the radar data were shared, then they would have been used effectively, and they could have complemented each other. The 2 radar systems would have complemented the... Oh, because of time, okay. Next slide, please. So the last item is the issue of another enabler is the issue of artificial intelligence. We have discussed in the previous presentation that in ATM also the issue of artificial intelligence is coming, and it has shown that it will assist much on the conflict resolution advisory, the demand predictions, remote towers, and manned traffic management. So it is an enabler for increasing the capacity of airspace, but the problem is that we don't have the guidance or the regulation governing these things. So when they are coming, we need to have regulations which are guiding these things. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the way forward is to have the harmonized regulatory requirements across EAC member states in order to have this seamless operation which I have been discussing. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nziku, for your good presentation. We expect to have some questions after the second presentation that will be done on enhancing aviation safety and sustainability through satellite-based augmentation system. This will be presented by Mr. Bukari Malam Mustafa. Bukari Malam Mustafa is the head of systems and services at SatNav JPO. You are most welcome.
Thank you, dear colleagues. To complete
my introduction by the moderator. I spent my life, or if you want, my career in aviation, starting from the position of air traffic controller. Then I ranked the roles through different positions up to the position of Director General of Civil Aviation at the Niger Civil Aviation Authority. Then I joined the program following several trainings we had after we went to ICTP for the training on space program management, and then we start this activity. So I'm going to introduce and present to you the way we would like, or the way we propose that the legal and certification and governance frameworks be explored, and we will focus on the certification framework. My presentation has two parts. The first part is introducing SBAS, bringing on what you can speak, you can continue on. And we first produce about GPO, about SBAS, what is ongoing actually, what is the status of development, and then we develop a bit on the context for SBAS implementation actually in the current context of the provision of air navigation services. So you continue. Yeah, this is a presentation of GPO. We are not going to spend time on it. We have several working arrangements with mainly the regional economic communities, some air traffic service providers, including ASECNA. We have agreement with training institutions and also universities. Next slide. So the objective is that is assigned to us is to contribute to the development of satellite navigation in Africa in key sectors with aviation as main lever, and to consolidate the development of SBAS as well as the adoption and use of GNSS services in Africa. And for this, we have two business lines. The service and systems that I'm heading, taking care of all the technical support and capacity building to accelerate the development for regional SBAS modules and the integration of SBAS into the continental policy and planning, and the support for the development and use of GNSS services and the development of associated applications and market in Africa. Next slide. Next slide. This is the GPO team. About SBAS, there is an infrastructure that is required. We need the space segment, which is just about the geostationary satellites, the ground segment, and the user segment, which depends on what you, myself, and we would like to have as a receiver to make use of this technology. Next slide. So briefly, today it reached a certain level of maturity, having at ICAO level the standards that are supporting SBAS are mature. The DFMC SBAS validated and published that about this the standard that is being developed at ICAO level, and we have at FAA level 4,824 LPV procedures and quite 154,000 equipped aircraft. At the European level, European Union level, we have 954 EGNOS-based procedure covering quite 523 airports. ASECNA actually is working on the implementation of SBAS, and it is identified as ICAO SBAS service provider number 7. They have finalized the phase B study and conducted some successful demonstrations. So today they are ready to launch the phase C, D, E, and the demonstration is upgraded to DFMC capabilities. So this demonstrator is quite the first in the world to be able to conduct some demonstrations on DFMC. At EAC level, SBAS is being under consideration following the EAC DGCA meetings that have been held in July 2023 here in Zanzibar. At ICAO level in the Northern Africa, we know that the region is benefiting from EGNOS coverage, and the CBA studies, part 1, have been conducted for the continental implementation. So the second phase of this study is ongoing. Next slide. Next slide. This slide is resuming and showing that SBAS is considering and covering all the PBN specifications from from departure to en route and to approach, covering RNP 1, 2, 5, 10, 4, and giving the capability to conduct LPV 200 approach procedure, Cat 1 equivalent. Next slide. SBAS is also a primary navigation system that is capable of supporting ULPOBEN in the framework of the ICAO ASBUS. Next slide. So it is improving efficiency, safety, and it is an opportunity for general aviation to improve safety at secondary airports, knowing that where SBAS is covering and the capability is, it gives the possibility to perform like SBAS Cat 1 like procedure. We know that actually many general aviation aircraft are GNSS equipped. We have some ATM and ATC constellations that are covered. It is improving ADS-based services and even SAR operations with the new satellite constellations that are allowing the development of the global aeronautic distress and safety system, with also more benefits that are expected with SBAS DFMC. Next slide. At the continental level, the Agenda 2063 is having 2 flagship programs: the Single African Air Transport Market, where SBAS is enabling new route and frequencies, shorter travel time as discussed by my colleague previously, and will be impacting the lower fares as we have been discussing yesterday. The second flagship program is the African Space Program, where the component of navigation and positioning is key to ensure seamless integration of existing global GNSS infrastructure, develop and positioning application products and value-added services to develop also indigenous and continental level navigation augmentation system. All this built on the existing infrastructure that what ALSECNA is doing actually. Next slide. So the ANGAF program has these particularities to prepare Africa for the future and develop the positioning of Africa in the worldwide value chain of satellite navigation service provision, and with high added value satellite services for the benefit of African economy. And it also helped developing a wide-owned infrastructure and develop African capacity for its exploitation. So it is that vision is for Africa to have a satellite navigation solution developed and operated by Africa for Africa. Next slide. So the roadmap that is provided actually is first to build on the three different services that are the open service to be used by market receiver for general purpose application, the safety of life service, which is critical application in civil aviation, and the data access service to provide solution and with enhanced performance for professional use. So as I said, the demonstration service is available since 2020, and the next step to have the L1 service available is expected from 2028, and the DFMC services beyond 2030. Next slide. So this is the coverage and the APV1 availability, the CAT1 demonstrator availability as it is today. Next slide. Next slide. This is the different demonstrations that have been conducted by SECNA. And we can see that LPV final approach on runway 22 in Lomé in January 2021. Then for helicopters in Douala 2021, also in June. Then we went to Abuja and in Brazzaville, where we have had the where we have had the opportunity to see some demonstration on emergency warning services. Next slide. So I was talking about the context of the introduction of SBAS today. We know that air navigation service provision is provided and under the conventional Chicago Convention Article 28, we have also all the activities that are performed on INS oversight that are required by ICAO. Today, we know that at ICAO level, there is no requirement for the certification of air navigation service provider, only some requirements relating to safety management system and quality management system, and to make sure that all the activities are in compliance with ICAO annexes in line with the ICAO critical element number 6. At national level, we have some regulations that are including certification of air navigation service in the national legislation, and somewhere at regional level, we don't have that requirement. This is the reason why SBAS safety of life service in Africa will be subject to either certification or safety verification of or operational approval. Next slide. So we go, next slide. This slide is showing the governance scheme, what is supposed to be there, the different actors and the relationship they should have. As I said when starting the presentation, we are going to focus on the certification. We know that we have behind that line, behind that chair, we have the NSP and the airline operators that are also in the loop. Next slide. So with regard to the studies that are required for implementing SBAS, we know that the phase 1 of the continental CBA study has been performed and presented in Kigali in 2022. So it showed high profitability and attractiveness for airlines with positive value in all the evaluated financial indicators. In the perspective of air navigation service providers, airport operators, and SBAS service providers, the positive business case is also revealed, and it includes monetized socioeconomic and environmental impacts, demonstrating positive carbon footprint. Next slide. The phase 2 of this study is under development, and it is expected by the end of the year or before to have the outcome of this phase 2 of the study, which will be covering the governance system and the technology transfer for the introduction of SBAS. With regard to safety, I'm just coming to the heart of the presentation, excuse me. With regard to the certification and safety verification, we have 3 components. The first one is, we have the regulatory enablers, which will be in the perspective of ICAO first, to develop the different standards within the different annexes to make sure that at the state level and the regional level we have a common regulation to control and to see what the service provider is doing. And with regard to airline operators, we have the airworthiness section where we need to have common regulations. We have some state regulations, and we need to be also able to have some applicable regulations that can be supporting the implementation or the conduct of this activity. Next slide. The second component is with regard to technical and operational enablers. Then we have at ICAO level the development, at the SBA system and application level, the technical safety case file and the GNSS application safety cases that is produced by at the industry level. We have the SBA service provider who is supposed to provide the technical safety case file, and with regard to airworthiness and we have the availability of certified equipment. All this making sure that these equipment and these standards that are being developed, the service provider is being compliant to it. Next slide. So we need also a certification process because we need at the system and application level some proof of verification and application or to operational approval. We need to have at the service provider level some assessment against applicable regulation, and same as for airworthiness activities. Next slide. So next slide. So the framework is quite short here. We have the service provider who, which is supposed to be a certified air navigation service provider. We have, this one is SPA service provider, which is supposed to be an air navigation service provider. We have the air navigation service provider, which is certified also as ANSP, applying standards and procedures that are approved, and having a working agreement between the ESPA service provider and the air navigation service provider. And then we have the end users that are the airlines and other operators that are airworthiness. They have all the authorizations and compliant to the airworthiness regulation. So we have also the relationship that is supposed to be existing between the civil aviation authorities and the regional safety oversight organizations that constitute the supervisory bodies. So this slide is quite significant and having meaning in this presentation, and is quite the most important slide in this presentation. Next slide. So today, to go from an air navigation service provider to ESPA service provider, the challenge that is there is the absence of a continental, legal, and institutional framework to address the multi-national network of ESPA's service provision, including the service safety analysis and certification and operational approvals. Next slide. And to come to the conclusion of this presentation, we have been talking about the SBAS as a component of GNSS, as part of CNS infrastructure, and the provision of SBAS service fall in the framework of air navigation service provision. It requires new regional framework for harmonized verification and operational approval of airspace services. Also, within the governance, the regional safety oversight organizations, the national safety oversight structures and partners should work together in the view of a consensus-based partnership for the implementation of certification safety and verification-related process. And I took this opportunity to salute what is signed today in the morning between Kasoa and AMAC, and it is an example that GPO is expecting to see African aviation being united. So next slide. And the way forward is to have some GNSS regulation working groups, some groups to start working on the certification of the service provider, and to be able to have some workshops and capacity building. We may know that implementing SBAS or having this activity is quite a journey. It is as if you're preparing your journey. For it, you need to have a passport, valid passport, and the visa. These two represent the certification of the service provider. Since we are in aviation, we are talking about safety of life activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, for your presentation. I think now it is the session of question and answers, starting by myself. I will have to start with the panelists, then to give the floor to the participants. My first question is addressed to Mustafa from SatNav. We have got your presentation on SBAS implementation. From your presentation, it looks like it will be an African-owned system, if I'm not mistaken. So my question is, what is the costs of owning this system by the African countries, if there is an idea on that? And the second question is on the certification process. Are you going to certify the continent or an individual partner state? What is the, how long do you think the process will take so that the African continent can start enjoying this new satellite system?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for these key questions that are every day coming when it comes to talk about the implementation of SBAS. To date, I'm not in position, I don't know exactly, I can't give the exact cost of all the process for the implementation of this new technology. We know that it is a new technology. We know that it is innovative. It is bringing many opportunities for the users, mainly for aviation, and the demonstration is provided through the CBA studies that is conducted, the part one of the CBA studies that is conducted and presented in Kigali 2 years ago. So the next step is about the governance and the technology transfer. This part of this study, we may probably, we are expecting to see who will be part of it, that activity, and who will play which role. This is the reason why this presentation is only focusing on the certification aspect. As to recall is, okay, when it talks about, it comes to talk about governance, it deals with 1, 2, 3, or 4 questions about who will be part of it, who will do what, when this activity will be conducted. So actually, no data at our level is available with regard to the cost of the implementation of SBAS. With regard to how long it will take, this question can be covering how long the process of implementation of SBAS will take, or how long the process of the certification of the service provider will take. Mr. Ivy is in this room. Probably he can take us and confirm at to implement EGNOS. It took quite 19 years to implement, and from the starting to the certification of the service. The second aspect, with regard to the certification, it is a process that is supposed to start the date the project is launched. It grows with the project because many documentation, we need to have to make sure that first what is developed at ICAO level is first considered, and the different equipment, the system that is being built is compliant to ICAO requirements. With regard to the regulation, we need also to have and to make sure that at state and regional level, this regulation is domesticated. It is through the discussion we have been having all the symposium long. With regard to this activity, I would say, okay, it starts with the project and it goes after the implementation and the first use of the system. You certify, you continue monitoring to make sure that the service is provided in compliance with what ICAO is providing as provisions.
Thank you for your comments. Now I go to Mr. Shukuru. You have listened to the presentation by GPO. After having expressed the challenges that you are facing as an NSP with the growing traffic, can you make a link of this SBAS implementation and the challenges in managing airspace with the growing traffic? Is there anything that can be? Is there any link or any assistance that this system can assist when you consider the existing enablers like the free route airspace, the ATFM, the surveillance systems, and this artificial intelligence that you developed? What about this SBAS system? What can be the role played by the SBAS in mitigating the challenges that you are having in managing the airspace?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, for the good question. To link the SBAS with the initiative which I have been discussing. As we all know that currently the navigation of aircraft have shifted from the ground-based systems. That means the use of VORs, the use of NDBs. We have shifted to satellite-based navigation, the PBN, performance-based navigation, using the GNSS. Now the presenter here has just said that the SBAS is part of the GNSS. It augments the GNSS signals for the aircraft to use. So it enhances the accuracy of positioning, the data positioning of the aircraft. So for us as NSP, this is a very big enabler for ensuring that we manage our airspace correctly and efficiently. If we take an example, currently the ATS routes, the routes which are used by aircraft in Africa, most of them, they are RNP 10 or RNAV 10. That means the aircraft tolerance when it's flying on the route, it is plus or minus 10 nautical miles left or right of the route. But with the increased positioning of the accuracy of aircraft, we can go up to RNAV 4 or RNAV 2, which are also allowed within the en route phase. So this will enhance the airspace capacity to the NSP. That means you can handle more aircraft by assigning aircraft on routes with the required specification, RNAV specification. But also, it enhances the airport accessibility. When we talk about the airport capacity, it's more or less enhanced by these are the PBN, approach procedures, and SID and STARS. So we have seen that the SBAS, as it increases the position, the accuracy of position of aircraft, then you can have a lot of approaches. Because in the approach for aircraft, in the PBN approaches, they can be, they are in three categories. Mainly we have the non-precision approach, and then the approach with vertical guidance, and then the precision approach. So currently, with the current situation of the GNSS, using directly from the sources of the GNSS, we can only do the non-precision approach and the approach with vertical guidance. We cannot go as far as the precision approach. So currently the precision approach is done by the ground base, that is the ALS, mainly in Africa, because we are lacking that issue of satellite augmentation. So we know that now when the SBAS comes, we can have the precision approach with the PBN, not relying to the ground-based system. So for us, it increases capacity of our airspace, the airport, and also the en route. So it's an enabler to enhancing the capacity of the airspace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clarification. With the assistance of the general moderator, we are going to give the floor to the participants to raise comments, observation, and questions. I'm instructed to give the floor to two questions. We have DG Burundi CAA. Next, I can see someone raising back. Are we allowed to add more? Okay, let us start with the two first questions, then we proceed.
Thank you, moderator. I have a question based on one paragraph that I picked from the presentation made by Mustafa, and the paragraph confirms that satellite navigation is developed and operated by Africa for Africa. I'm so sorry, but I want somehow to disagree with your confirmation, with the confirmation of this paragraph, because on my understanding, the satellite navigation cannot exist without satellite production industry. And if we confirm that satellite navigation is developed and operated by Africa for Africa, that means that, the satellite production industry is in Africa, is African. And it also confirmed that, again, on my understanding, we can understand that the designer of the satellites that will be used in Africa is an African satellite, right? So please, if you can, ensure me or confirm that what I'm thinking is correct or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. What you're thinking is the opposite of what the slide is showing. The slide was showing the vision for Africa. The vision for Africa is to have this service provided by Africa for Africa. It is a vision. This slide is not saying that the service is provided by Africa for Africa, but it is what AUC is envisioning, to have it for Africa by Africans. The same as at the African Union level, they wanted to have it for Africa and are seeing Africa as one. This is what the slide is reflecting. It is a vision, and you take it as a vision. Thank you.
Thank you for clarification. Next is the lady backwards, then former executive director of CASOA.
Mine is more on the legal side of this. This is something that is actually being discussed at the ICAO legal committee, because there are some legal intricacies to GNSS systems. It's currently not really being regulated, being a satellite-based system, so there's really no ownership by countries, especially when it comes to civil liabilities as a result of GNSS implications. So you had mentioned something to do with a common legislative framework for Africa. How are you going to, how do you see yourselves covering the gaps with the AU system? Because the AU legal system doesn't exactly allow for binding legislation for Africa. So if we went that direction to have a continental framework to govern the use of ESPAS, how shall we ensure that the member states actually adopt these legal requirements that will be set? And also, are you looking into maybe a regional approach, which is much easier, where you deal with different recs and then maybe have them converge when it comes to, say, the oversight mechanism? So I'd be curious to see how you as JPO are looking into this. So maybe we, the legal minds, can also advise accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. So to start with the second part of your question, if there is a regional approach that can be planned or discussed, yes, it is one of the first outcomes of the different working sessions that we have been having across Africa, considering the readiness, considering the preparedness of the different states and regions. We suggested to have what we called at that time a modular approach. It means that we start working with regional communities, and in one of my slides, you can see that, yes, we are in agreement with some of these regional economic communities. And within that, within another slide, we discovered that, yes, to date, SBAS is under discussions or under development separately in different regions. I was talking about that meeting that had been held in July 2023 here in Zanzibar, where the EAC DGs came out with 3 main recommendations. One of them is to consider SBAS program. The second one is to make sure that EAC has in place a working group, a technical working group, to take into consideration all these aspects. And also the third one is about conducting GNSS monitoring activities within the region. So this can show that a modular approach can be conducted, and then the final goal is to have one SBAS for Africa. The regions, the different modules collaborating among themselves. The same as we can see that this morning, the memorandum of cooperation that is signed this morning between CASOA and AMAC is the way we will be able to have Africa uniting a framework for this technology that is coming. With regard to, for the first question, with regard to the legal framework, is it? Well, yes, with regard to the legal framework, yes, we expect, because I went quickly through one of the first slides I presented. As the beneficiaries of this program, we have AUC and we have AFCAC, which is the aviation arm, I would say, for the African Union. AFCAC is benefiting of this program, so under AFCAC, we can be able to achieve this continental and to be able to implement this AU vision about having a service that is for the entire continent by the Africans.
Thank you. We take 2 last questions, starting with the former director, Idi Kasoa, and
yes.
Yes.
My name is Ahmed Hassan from Somalia. My question is to the ATM chief Tanzania. He talked about AIDC in his presentation. So we know the benefits that AIDC comes with, including easing the controller's workload and improving the coordination between the adjacent FIRs. So how many CASOA countries that have installed AIDC, tested and connected to the adjacent FIRs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Currently, in East Africa, most of the area control centers are with the ATM systems, which are capable of AIDC. I know Kenya have just installed the Indra system, which has that capability. Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and also DRC. They have those capabilities. But currently, the testing, we started testing Tanzania and Uganda, but we had some challenges with the MHS system because the IDC requires the AIA, I mean the MHS system. But I know Uganda has tested with Kenya. It is working, so they are still looking the way forward on the implementation. That's why in my presentation I said we need a document, that means a guidance document, which will assist the easily implementation. Otherwise, now the way it is between state and state. We don't have a common guidance material which will assist in implementation for ADC. Yeah, those are the countries. But now I'm sure also Rwanda is planning to test with Uganda on the same. So that is the status currently. But we are looking forward to have a full implementation of AIDC. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question by Uganda. Yes.
Uganda again?
No, not Uganda. You.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Mine actually, the question is towards Shukuru. I wanted to know, within our East African community treaty, Article 92 requires us to implement an unified upper flight information region, or upper airspace. Now, with these technological advances, including the SCP, S-bus, whatever, is this really still relevant? Are we required to implement it? Sorry, you are not hearing. Oh. Did you get the question? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Maugo, for the question. It has been being discussed several times regarding the unified upper airspace. But with these advanced technologies, now I think most of the inputs from members, they are thinking of having a seamless EAC upper airspace, but not a unified. So seamless, that means we have a seamless operations in terms of sharing of information, the issues of AIDC, that means the automatic interface, the sharing of surveillance data. That is what is being said, but the unified upper airspace is still a debate if it is relevant or not. But currently, they are applying for seamless upper airspace operations. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think that we have come to the end of this session of these questions. I hand over to the moderator for the way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Musongera. Kindly let's give applause for the panelists for that insightful presentation. Now, as you customary this morning, we'll be handing out gifts to the panelists before go. So bear with us while we are doing the administrative work. They're not here. But that will be done officiated by the Deputy DG Rwanda Civil Aviation, Madam Winnie Ngamije. So if you could just give me a line here. Yes. Thank you. I will start with maybe there. Yes. Mr. Abubakar Malam, can you please? Thank you. Next is Mr. Shukuru Nziku. Don't go away. We'll be having a photo. Last but not least, Mr. Maurice Musongera. Pacific Musongera. That's a big name. Thank you. Now, yes, before we need to have a group photo. The three of you with the Deputy General. Want to make you famous, you never know. So, yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm making them famous. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Yeah, I know. I can do French. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Just want to remind everyone who has not registered for the tour to do now or forever hold your peace. I know, because some VIPs have been taken care of. I'm only begging for those of you, the people with the lowest pay scale, to run for this, because otherwise you won't be affording it on your own pocket. I'm telling you that. Otherwise, you'll come one day and say, thank you, you told us. Our next presentation will be by none other than our very able young man, Ibrahim Abdallah from Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority. He'll be taking us through ARPA's challenges as they are emerging. This is a new thing, it's a trending thing which needs deliberate efforts and regulations to contain, and this young man will take us through. He's the youngest, so please put your hand together for this young man here. That will be followed by Dr. Mkwizu from Kasoa, and then we'll finish this session by paper from Mr. Teoforo Mbilinyi, who is the Director of Corporate Services, who will be talking about a very important subject, money. How do we get money to run our organization? So, Mr. Abdallah, Kerebo.
Good evening. My name is Ibrahim Ahmed Abdallah. I'm working with Tanzania CAA as ARPA's inspector. And it's my pleasure to get this opportunity to pass through you on the drone issues, on the drone concerns here in our beautiful country, United Republic of Tanzania. On the motto of this symposium, we saw it that it says the future of aviation, and to be honest, a drone is the future of aviation, whether we like it or not yet. I know some of us maybe we are looking on some more sensitive issues and this, but trust me, drones is the future of aviation, whether we like it or not yet. So I call this topic the ARPA saga because, you know, it is a lot of things, and actually we will look where we were as Tanzania CAA in terms of ARPA's issues, what we have done or what we are doing currently, and where we are going. So next slide, please. So where we were, as all we know that this is the new technology, it's emerging one, and to be honest, we were, what can I say? When I give it numbers, I can say 0 or just 1 out of 10. We didn't have any regulations. We didn't have anything in terms of drones. And For your information, drone operations in Tanzania have started in, I can say, in late 2009 to 2010, and we didn't have the regulations as a regulator. It was seemed as to be like just a normal thing, just normal cameras, and we didn't have we didn't see that to have a look on regulating them and things like that. But next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, even ICAO itself, International Civil Aviation Organization, saw the importance of this technology, and on 2011, they issued a circular with number 328. That was much earlier, and for us, after seeing the importance of this technology to the community, after seeing how important this technology is in terms of safety and security-wise, as TCAA, we issued a circular, ARAPA circular, on January 2007, setting the conditions of how someone can use the drones while in our country, while in Tanzania. But after 2 consultative meetings with different stakeholders, next slide please. After 2 consultative meetings with different stakeholders, we were able to finally issue our first drone regulations, called the Civil Aviation Remotely Piloted Aircraft Systems Regulations of 2018, and it was of course on 14th December 2018, and all these informations can be available at our website, www.tcaa.go.tz. So far, we have done 2 amendments of these regulations on 2020 and 2023. That was last year. Yeah, we've done those amendments. So basically, in terms of as a regulator, basically that's where we came from. So all these issues started on 2017 when we issued that first circular. But where we are now, or what we are doing now, or what we have done so far, and what we continue to do. Before going there, I would like to pass through to very important, remarkable case studies that happened in Tanzania, and that marked the history in our country, and that shows how TCAA as a regulator supporting these drone issues. The first case study is Zanzibar Mapping Initiative, and for your information, I was among the participants of this project. Before then, I was in my university. I was in university first year, and this was called the Zanzibar Mapping Initiative. And the main aim or objective of this project was to map the whole Zanzibar island. I mean Pemba and Unguja, for urban planning projects. And this project now is under, I think, Kola. Their office is there at Stone Town, Commission for Land here in Zanzibar. And this project took almost 2 years. It involved using low-cost drones to map the whole island. And among the biggest case studies that ever happened in our country, this is among the one. Actually, we have written a history in the whole world. It never happened such kind of project that mapping the whole island, mapping the whole country using drones. So it was a remarkable case studies for us, and it shows how much TCAA supported these projects. As well as we had another one, Zanzibar malaria elimination program. Of course, the drones that were used, of course, it was the T-41s, the agriculture drones, but inside the drones there were pesticides. You know, there was a solution of pesticides, and the main aim or objective of this project was to prevent this country against malaria and eliminating those larvas that were growing on the rice farms. Actually, this project was done in, there is a big rice farm here called Icheju for the ones that know it, yeah, for the ones that are here in Zanzibar. So this was other remarkable case study that took place in Tanzania, and of course, DJI, the one that manufactured the drones, were there, participated. The United Republic of Tanzania, TCAA, we were there, and everything. Another remarkable case study that happened in our country regarding challenge. It was on 2018. It was done at Lake Victoria there in Mwanza, and the main aim was because of the infrastructure issues. MSD, our authority, MSD, responsible for delivering medicines to local villages. You know, road infrastructures are not good in some places, but due to the advancement of the technology, you can use this technology to deliver those medicines in a timely manner, and you can save a lot of lives. So there was this case study, and it was there on 2018. For myself, I participated. In this project, and actually, I can say one among the biggest project ever happened in our country is the Lake Victoria Challenge. So those are just a sample. Of course, we have many case studies in terms of there are those for roads and other case studies, but these ones I can say for us were the remarkable ones. Now back to CAA now. What we have done or what we are doing. Actually, for your information, I can say as Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority is the first authority in this region, East African region, to issue Arapa's card license. We are issuing the Arapa's card license, and the license have verification. You can verify, you can SCAD with ratings and everything. Of course, I'm not that, but of course I've crossed the reference. I can see other states are issuing the license, but in maybe a document way or things like that. So this is an achievement to us, and I was working with our PEL office hand by hand to make sure that we integrate this Arapa's technology with our personnel licensing office. Of course, all the applications for license are done through the SOFIA PEL system, if you are familiar with it. And we have developed a lot of technical guidance materials for conversions, for applications and things like that. And also our license exams are conducted through the system. As well as we have started, I think on 2020, we have started certification of these approved training organizations that are providing drone trainings. And in terms of approved training organizations, we have our center, the Civil Aviation Training Center, which is the first approved training organization to offer these drone trainings. But so far we have one training organization in certification. They are in phase 3, and we have another one. They are in phase 1, and there is another organization that we are expecting to start the certification process soon. And soon they will be in phase 1 as well. And in terms of flight ops, of course, the drone unit currently is under the flight ops. Maybe in the near future it will depend itself with its own budget and things like that. I believe it. But so far the drone unit is under flight ops, and it's responsible for managing all these Arapas / drones registrations, the operator. We have even official online system for the registrations and permit issues and deregistrations and so many others. So that was basically simply what we have done so far, and there are many more. Due to time factors, we cannot elaborate or explain all the things here. Now, where are we going? To be honest, as I told you earlier when I started my presentation, that drone is the future of aviation. whether we like it or not. And soon, we're gonna need to go to the integration. We need to integrate these drones with our airspace or other airspace users, whether we like it or not, because the technology is growing very fast, and somehow many states are facing a lot of challenges in managing this kind of technology. And when it comes to integration, we are talking about now certification of these air operators. We are talking about working closely with air navigation service units to make sure that all airspace users are aware and able to know what's going on the airspace. So this is the future, and this is where we are going right now. And as we all know that ICAO themselves, the ICAO themselves have adopted the new Annex 6 Part 4 for remotely piloted aircraft systems, and the amendment of Amendment 110 to Annex 8 of the airworthiness. This shows how much this technology is very important now around the world, and soon we will have even USOP issues regarding drones, protocol questions, and things like that. So this is where we are going. And to actually, I'm at my last page of my presentation. Actually, I would like to give some suggestions to CASOA. Actually, this is our suggestions as a state to look deeply on this technology, because we had some inquiries about people having the KCAA Arapass license need to do the conversion and obtain the TCAA ones. Of course, we have developed the technical guidance materials. They are there. We are on our way to finalize some issues. But trust me, if you have a KCAA Arapass license and you come to do the exams here to obtain a TCAA ones, I can guarantee you 100% you won't pass the exam due to every state has its own ways or procedures of examining these Arapass operators, of procedures of how they are granting these license. So this is just a suggestion to CASOA that they should try to assist these states to come up with one thing. I know there is an East African draft of remotely piloted aircraft regulations. I don't know, of course, maybe CASOA, they will give us a hint on that, where it is, or where they have reached on it. But it's very important to have a single management regarding drones in our region, East African country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Just to echo what DG Uganda had said, the future is bright. Eh? You're talking about 30 years old person here tackling this complex issue. So as we say, the future is bright. The old man will go, we have charge. Now, kindly, for my boy, any questions? I will have two. Don't kill him, please. Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you very much. I don't have a question, just a clarification.
Clarification.
We have a big issue of how the terminology of these things, the difference, how called drones, Arapass, and unmanned aircraft systems. There's big, we tend to use them one and the same thing. The terminology is unmanned aircraft systems. That is what Arapass is a component of UAS. Drones is a component of UAS. We tend to use them interchangeably, but the main reference should be UAS. Then Arapass and all these other things will come under it. But we tend to use them, drones, everything becomes drones. Arapas disappears, but you have to be distinct. So the topic should be, the reference should be unmanned aircraft systems. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that, and we're just taking it on board. Yes, I know. Normally, young man, the correct term is unmanned aerial system, UAS. When you speak of drones, it has different connotation and sometimes different meaning altogether. Thank you. Next question, yes, from Catherine. Right in front of you. Oh, you don't have a mic. Uh-oh. Somebody run. It's coming again.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Abdallah, for the presentation. It is very nice. What I just wanted to comment, first to agree with the previous RD about the difference, and following Mr. Abdallah's presentation, I would like to also highlight that at a regional level, as KASOA, together with the states, we have moved a step. We are no longer talking Arapas, we are talking UAS, unmanned aircraft systems. Initially, even the model we had was Arapas, but following ours, they keep improving, we are following, and we now have unmanned aircraft regulations, a model that is out for stakeholder engagement, yet to be concluded. And as already said, so Arapas becomes a function under UAS. As per our provision of working together and coordinating, having harmonized the staff, is the way forward, and would like to say that next time we have a meeting, please, Mr. Abdallah, come by. Let's do it together. So it is more of UAS now than Arapas because it now encompasses all the unmanned concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for that explanation, and we have taken that observation. Yes, and there is a hand on the back. That should be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Omar Haji from TCAA, working in Zanzibar. Actually, been experienced a lot of challenges regarding this unmanned aircraft system, and as per representation is the remotely pilot system Arapas. And I note the interchangeable, and actually what I mean that, you know, this island is engaged in the blue economy, and a lot of tourists coming Zanzibar, they are coming with the drones, and there are some restrictions according to that regulations. I say that nobody should import the drones without a permit. But I think now it is a time, maybe for the KASOA or East Africa community in general, that is maybe to make a study or a research, rather a research that is maybe to investigate those tourism coming in the maybe island, for example. You can make a Zanzibar as a case study to identify the purpose, main purpose of those tourism coming in, and actually to make a follow-up, to make a deep study, so that those tourism could not will not face a lot of restrictions regarding the coming with those drones. I know the security issue. One of those maybe things to look for is what the security, how the security will be impaired, maybe will be what is the threat of those drones in terms of those tourism coming in. I'm just highlighting this because I can see it is one of the opportunity that we can we have financial gain, that in some economic. Therefore, because I know once you have a permit, you have to pay something. therefore, we lose a lot of income regarding the those restrictions, because as far as no, and I have been dealing with you delegated, you're not formally delegated, but actually we do your work in IKEA, and we have a lot of restrictions regarding on that. That is my suggestion, that, or rather than it is not a sort of question, suggestion that maybe, or if it's a question, how do you, TCA or rather KASOA, plan to make investigation regarding those tourism so to enhance blue economy? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll let Abdallah respond briefly on this one and you conclude on the matter.
Thank you very much. Actually, on the two inputs on Madam Catherine there, and is it my brother or father? I don't know. But okay. Is my grandfather. Okay. Thank you. Actually, we have taken on board. And we will work on it. You know, sometimes because for us, because we've started using this terminology long time ago, and every time it is there in our tongue. You know, when you talk about, you know, it's just the other person, but we'll take it. Thank you very much for your input. For my brother there at the back, Omar. Actually, yes, of course, it's a challenge, but there are two things here we need to understand. The first one is, you know, these are the regulations of the countries. And for anyone that come to visit our country need to obey our regulations as when we are traveling to their countries. Everyone needs to comply with our regulations. And for the reference, we have issued a lot of permits to these tourism that are coming inside our country for tourism purposes. But you said about the blue economy. Of course, we want to support the blue economy and encourage many tourism to use these drones when they are coming to visit our countries. But there is a safety and security issue as well. That's why we try to stick on these regulations, and we urge these people to comply with the regulations. Of course, we have a big road to pass through, and currently, as Tanzania CAA, we are working on make sure that we bring together all the stakeholders involved in drone matters. For example, the tourism Ministry of Tourism, tourism industry. Of course, here in Zanzibar, we have Commission ya Utalii something. We have these Tanzania Revenue Authority, the custom sections, and many more. So we are trying to see how we can work together to make sure that these tourism don't face these challenges while they are visiting our beautiful islands. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for this young man. Thank you, Abdallah, for your presentation. I now invite, what is he? Our very own Dr. Alexander Mkwizu to come with his presentation, and he'll be talking about the role of technology in detecting in-flight pilot incapacitation. Doctor, you have the floor. And kindly 15 minutes, please, or less.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's afternoon. Sorry. My name is Mkwizu Alexander. I'm the medical doctor and the medical assessor for EAC KASOA, Center for Aviation Medicine, which is located within the compound of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. And before I proceed, allow me to give thanks to God and praise Him for giving us these innovative solutions to come up with to address the challenges with regard to aviation medicine in the region. This is one of the topics that I prepared. It was supposed to be covered in 20 minutes, but I was told that I'm supposed to do it in 15 minutes, so I'll try to go as quick as possible. So this was the study that was done, and I took it and so that we can also share to see the future of aviation medicine. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I'll take you through the overview of the Center for Aviation Medicine and a bit of basic aeromedical principles, because now we have to change the setup as we are just wrapping up this session. I know people are tired, so we need to change the setting so that it becomes like a clinic, more of a hospital, because now we're getting to the Center of Aviation Medicine. And then we'll actually have a look on the research study of which I've developed. Next slide, please. So this is the Center for Aviation Medicine. You can see how good looking that is. It's the masterpiece, state-of-the-art Center of Aviation Medicine in the entire Africa. And I really extend the appreciation to the people who have actually made it possible. The esteemed board of directors of CASOA, coming up with these ingenious solutions. My former ED, Madam Wanjiru, DG TCAA, Mr. Hamza Johari, and my DG KCAA, they've really played a big role to ensure that this comes to realization. Next slide, please. So the number of achievements that we've actually achieved for the Center of Aviation Medicine, we've actually revolutionized the practice of aviation medicine. And I'll tell you, right now we have a program for Tanzanian pilots. I know now they actually apply for the medical examination through the portal. It's actually on the final phases. And we actually introduced the component of EI, you see, AI, artificial intelligence, which I tell you, we have never come across such a system in the entire world. In fact, I presented that to the FAA, and they were really puzzled, and they were really amazed. But we also ensure the compliance of our CALSAPs. That's our main role as CASOA. But we also provide continuous medical education to our medical experts in the region. Next slide, please. So this is one of the great achievements that we've done. In a monthly basis, we're actually convening all the medical experts across the region. We convene and we table the most great studies with regard to aviation medicine in the world. The first one was the MISAF study that was actually concluded last month in Europe with regards to mental incapacitation. And the second one, in fact, this is what actually extracted, so that we'll actually be seeing it at the end of this presentation. Next slide. That was the study that was done with regards to surgical intervention, cardiac surgical interventions. They've been seeing standards that the world has actually seen, and we are actually trying now to apply them into our own standard. Next slide. And that is the study that we'll be doing towards the end of this month. It's such a great forum whereby all the medical examiners and medical assessors, as well as non-aviation medical experts, we meet and discuss this. And later on, this will actually lead to adjustment of our aviation medicine protocol and the standards across the region. The next slide. So this is one of the studies that we'll be doing. Did you know that the cabin crews, when they're flying, they're exposed to the cosmic radiations, and that is galactic and solar radiations. And you could see that small cycle at the top. These are meta-analysis, great studies that have been done. In fact, cabin crews, when they're flying, they are 3 to 4 times likely to have breast cancer as compared to the population. So how have we gone through all those undertakings if it's not the Center for Aviation Medicine? Next slide. We are actually conducting research, and from the next financial year, we'll actually undertake a number of studies. And aviation medicine has actually 2 arms. One is the public health, and the other one is AvMed proper. Next slide, please. This is a study that we intended to undertake in the next financial year. We are trying to design a portal that will address public health interventions in airport to support the CAPSCA program. Next slide. That's another program, another research study of which we try to next financial year. And that will actually try to see the role of coming up with the insurance package to ensure that this pilots, they disclose some of those medical conditions. It's very weird when a pilot knows that he has a condition that will disqualify, to go and disclose to the medical examiner so that he disqualifies and he loses license. So, but if we have something like an insurance package, of which now these pilots will just know that they're insured, and therefore they'll be likely to disclose some of those medical conditions. Next slide, please. So, in aviation medicine, in totality, we are seeing the connection between a human being and the machine. And I can tell you, you cannot separate between the two. Next slide. So, we have these valves. I just want to give you a glimpse of the valves. We've got these valves, like these are the heart valves. We've got mitral valve, we've got bicuspid, we've got aortic valve, and we've got those compressor bleed valves. And I can assure you, these are connected. In fact, if one of them fails, if your mitral valve fails, and if that is actually a single crew pilot, you can imagine, you're actually having the same likelihood, right? So you can imagine. So you cannot separate a human being from the machine that's an aircraft. So in as much as our colleagues, airworthiness engineers, they're actually dealing with and putting standards for the aircraft, we're actually putting standards to these valves that you are seeing today. Next slide, please. So the future demands, in line with the theme, the future of aviation, we are anticipating that the airlines will be trying to reduce the number of air crew to ensure that they maximize, because now the technology can allow one pilot to actually fly the long overhaul flights. Next slide, please. So, it's not something which is strange. Initially, we used to have 4 crews. We've got navigator, you see, we've got co-pilot, we've got captain, you see, flight engineers, they used to be in the cockpit. But the technology now transformed into 2 pilots, and we're quite comfortable. Now, are we really comfortable to have only 1 pilot on board for long-haul flights? The technology probably will answer that question. In fact, that's the essence of this presentation today. Next slide, please. So, when it comes to one crew, there are challenges that we're facing. Normally, for the 2 main crew, if a pilot incapacitated, there are two types of incapacitation. One where a pilot knows that he's incapacitating, so he can hand over controls to another pilot who's flying. But the other one is a pilot will be incapacitated and he might not be aware that he's incapacitating. Therefore, one has to intervene without being handed over. So when we have 1 pilot flying in that condition, then we need to have a technology to assist to identify the incapacitating pilot and then the aircraft to take over to fly. Next slide, please. So to answer that question, we need an autonomous aircraft that can fly itself, and then we've got the in-flight medical diagnostic devices that a pilot can wear, and they can actually diagnose whether this pilot is actually incapacitating. Next slide, please. So this study was actually pioneered by this company, Metacacid, with which they've done great achievement in TCAS and ADSB. Next slide, please. So they tried to analyze 6 failure modes and 6 signals. That is sudden cardiac death, sleep, epileptic seizure, stroke, hypoxia, and acute pain syndrome. So these are a condition that are likely to incapacitate. If you have a stroke and you're flying, definitely you'll be incapacitated. You won't be able to fly. But we can try to assist and diagnose these through these signals: the brain activity, cardiac waveform, blood oxygen levels, respiratory waveform, responsiveness, and speech. So they come up with an idea of actually coming with devices that can be able to pick these signals and make a diagnosis. And we can actually tell now where we are now in terms of allowing one pilot to fly, and then we can rely on these diagnostic devices to diagnose an incapacitating pilot and take over. Next slide, please. So to do that, they did, they actually categorized these devices into 2 different categories. One is maturity assessment criteria, of which this is about how the devices are commercially available and how they are tested towards the aviation use. So for those that are not commercially available and not operational tested, they've given score 1. But as you go high, those devices are commercially available and are intended for aviation use. Next slide, please. So the other category for assessment of these devices is the validity assessment. We are actually trying to see the accuracy of these devices in detecting in aviation environment. Next slide, please. So you'll see, like in cardiac waveform, I'm bringing you to the Center of Aviation Medicine, so sorry for this for non-medic. So the cardiac waveform, those are the devices currently that we have. They can actually be able to pick one of the 3 conditions. They can actually pick acute pain syndrome when one is in great pain and he cannot fly the aircraft. Sleep, when somebody is actually passing sleep, and sudden cardiac death. And you'll see, in terms of acute pain syndrome, cardiac waveform, they're not very much good in detecting that. But when it comes to sleep and sudden cardiac death, they are a bit better. And you can see the gap that you are seeing in front of you, is how far we are from realizing that one pilot can actually fly. So if you are seeing a big gap, that means that's actually a gap that further research can actually undertake to ensure that they cover that gap. So we are not very far from realizing what I'm actually, it's not like a dream. We're not very far from actually realizing what I'm presenting. Next slide, please. Respiratory waveform can detect hypoxia, acute pain, and sudden cardiac death. And you realize hypoxia and sudden cardiac death were very good. We can actually, we have the devices that are capable of detecting that we are not very far from score 5. Next slide, please. Brain activity, well, 5 of the conditions can actually be detected by brain activity: epileptic seizure, hypoxia, sleep, stroke, and sudden. And you can see, like epileptic seizure, epileptic seizure is, epilepsy, you see, someone who is convulsing, you see, so you can imagine about a pilot who is flying and then suddenly maybe he comes into convulsions. So the brain activity can actually detect that. And once these devices detected that a pilot is incapacitating, it means they will take over. The aircraft now will autonomously take over, and the pilot will never be allowed to actually operate the controls anymore. Next slide, please. Movement and muscle tone, acute pain syndrome, can actually be detected by that. Epileptic seizure, sleep, and stroke, very well, they can actually be covered by this. Next slide. Responsive and speech, stroke, very well can actually be captured by that, although we are having a gap. And to cover that, we just need some further research studies. Next slide. Blood oxygen levels, well, 2 conditions. Hypoxia. You see, hypoxia can actually incapacitate a number of pilots, and we have several accidents and incidents that have been a result of hypoxia. But a sudden cardiac death, as well as hypoxia, can well be detected by blood oxygen levels. Next slide, please. So this is the end of my presentation. I think I've not taken much of your time because I know people are tired. But it provides us with an opportunity as an aviation medical expert across the region to see where we are going, and you see what is the role that we'll be undertaking to ensure that we try to address some of these conditions so that we get ahead of time. And a number of research gaps have been realizing, like to identify the potential algorithms that incorporate these different signals, because the research that they've undertaken was only to analyze one signal at a time. So, but if we can come up with some research study that can combine maybe 2 or 3 of them, then we are more likely to have one pilot on board, and they can actually do long-haul flights. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mkwizu. I don't think if there's any question, because the way I see it, he has just made to scare everybody of us. With certain death, I was like, wow, what's that? Some of us are very unhealthy anyway. Yes, there's a hand there, and please make it one. But otherwise, doctor what he was saying, what there to be? Mr. Kashambo?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll come back to you.
Just clarification. Number 1.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Ari, the grandfather of CAM is here. Without Maugo, there would have not been any CAM, by the way. He was the brain behind it. This is the grandfather of CAM.
Yeah, Muse.
Number 1. Number 2, we have one question I have for you. In Europe, they are allowing sleep, 2 pilot crew, 1 person can sleep. All right? 20 minutes. Fred Bamwesije the other day sent me an article. Some people slept for 28 minutes in Indonesia. last month on the flight. I have personal experience on a DC-10, all the pilots and the flight engineer are asleep. I was on board. So, what can we do? What can we do to make sure that we give these people were sleeping because there was no way of allowing them to sleep. You need them to have some time to sleep when they need to sleep and continue operating safely. So is there a way that CASOA can help us to actually have that flexibility to have pilots sleep for a certain period so that they can continue to operate safely?
Thank you very much. Remind me, how many minutes are they allowed to nap?
20. It's a legal provision. It is in the EASA.
Let me tell you now, as a Center for Aviation Medicine, we want to come with a physiological background. Why do they allow 20 minutes?
Yes.
If you sleep for more than 30 minutes, you go into deep sleep.
Actually, more than 20. 20 is the maximum. Anything after 20, you go into deep sleep.
Exactly.
Yes.
In fact, more than 30, you go to deep sleep. Yeah. So if you are napping and then there's to be someone to actually wake you up, you see, and you don't get into a deep sleep, you can actually, it's actually the best strategy to actually intervene when it comes to fatigue.
Okay. Just intervene. What happened in Indonesia was that they allowed it. In the middle of the 20, the other one also fell asleep. So in the middle of the 20, the other guy also fell asleep. So
Mr. Chambo, I believe this presentation covers what you are saying. We've been seeing like this is the future of aviation, but I can tell we need this technology right now. In fact, when I was presenting this case to my medical expert, I highlighted that point. You see that case you've just mentioned. So that technology is needed. If you were to ask me, when it comes to sleep, because we've been seeing these incidents, we need to have that technology. That will be able, because now what will be, I was just be, let me, if you have to go back, the sleep, you'll see the sleep can be captured by several of those devices. We can actually, you can diagnose it by using the cardiac waveform. You see, we can actually using the blood oxygen levels, the breathing cycles. So we need those devices that will act like a third pilot to be able to tell that both of my crews are actually asleep. And then they can actually now trigger some mechanism maybe to wake them up, or the future of aviation allow the aircraft to actually take off. For example, some cases like hypoxia, all of the pilots, you're talking of sleep, it's much better if we have sleep, because sometimes hypoxia is very insidious and people might not really be aware that they're hypoxiated. And all of the two crews can actually, exactly. So that is why we need this technology. I tell you, we need this technology. But it has to be sure that it makes the right diagnosis, that these two pilots, they're hypoxiated, you see? And then the pilot, the aircraft itself should be able to take over and land safely. I tell you, we are not very far from this, and we need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
That hand there.
Yes, please. My name is Gideon Mugusi, Director of Safety from African Skydive Ventures, based at Nungwi. We have parachute operations there, where we put you in an aircraft, fly you up to 10,000 feet, and then we make you jump out of the plane, and then you come down with your instructor, and you land at a beach somewhere in Kendwa. Now, I'm very delighted by this presentation from Dr. Mkwizu. And let me tell you, friends, this technology is already there in parachute flying. Let me repeat. This technology of a pilot being incapacitated and the machine bringing you down is there in parachute flying. What do I mean? A parachute in aviation is taken as an aircraft. TCA regulations, international regulations, that's what they say. And that's why a parachute is maintained just like an aircraft. It's got an AMO, it's got maintenance programs and things like that. Now, listen, if you jump out of an aeroplane with your parachute, remember the parachute, there are two systems. There is the main parachute and the emergency parachute. So guys, don't be worried about this. In case that main parachute doesn't open, the pilot of the parachute, who we call instructors, will open the emergency parachute. Now listen, in case the pilot of this parachute is incapacitated in any way, like Dr. Mkwizu has just explained, there is an automatic device on the emergency parachute which will automatically open the emergency, and the pilot and his student, who is the client, like you and me, if you have paid, that machine, that emergency will bring you safely down. Of course, it won't be controlled, which means you might land in the water, you might land on land, but in our place there at Nungwi, if you land in the water, we have a safety boat. In fact, when they drop, they will inform us. So number one is dropping. So we see you. And in case it is the pilot is incapacitated and he has to land in the water, our specialist boatman will rush within seconds. He will be able to rescue this person plus his passengers. So what I can see a big possibility of having these aeroplanes landing people without pilots, and that would be a wonderful future. Thank you so much. I submit.
Hey, the old man also used this chance to showcase his business. I think I just need one more question that is from my former DSR. That will be it. Otherwise, we have a Kasoa link. Please can submit your recommendations, suggestions for improvement. Mr.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, presenter, doctor. My name is John Njawa. I'm an aviator. First of all, I'd like to commend Kasoa and the Center for Aviation Medicine. But we all need to raise our appreciation for the work they've done. The second thing, I'm very happy for the work which the doctor and his colleagues in the region have achieved in such a short time. While I say that, there is only one concern which I have: mental health. Mental health, all the diagnoses I've had there, I'm not very certain that to be able to, what's a good word for it? Captured. Because the examples which we had, which have already happened in the States, a very sane man like Mr. Njawa here, he went into the cockpit, he wasn't flying. They just gave him a jump seat, and suddenly while he was sitting there, he tried to outmaneuver his colleagues. So these things will happen, and I'm not very certain actually this technology, how good it is going to be able to capture that. Third, and another thing is the limitation of technology. We have seen where AI or the internet system have failed completely. Over a couple of weekends or just a weekend ago, we had this sunspot issue. Once you have flares in the sun, then it interrupts all your radiomagnetic waves. And that thing can happen while you guys are flying. These are issues where the doctors, all the medical practitioners, and everybody else will have to continuously and excessively be able to put all the effort so that at least we can ensure that we have safe operation. Yes, the future is there, because now we have people going to the moon without actually having anybody actually sitting in the cockpit. Then why not? You can do it actually on the terrestrial area. That's my comment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Njawa. Do you have anything? Can you respond? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njawa. In fact, one of the great challenges when it comes to aviation medicine, especially with regards to assessment, is the mental health, because it's something which you cannot measure. It's not tangible. Just like, you see, your brain matter is the hardware, but the thinking process is just like the software. And you really can tell what this guy is thinking. There are a number of cases, in fact, in the region of pilots who have been attending psychiatry clinics. And because most of these people, they know that if they disclose such a condition, they'll be disqualified, you see. And it's to diagnose psychiatric condition for medical examiners. Mind you, the medical examiners, they are not psychiatrists. For a doctor who is not a psychiatrist, coming up with the right diagnosis, even the psychiatrists themselves, you'll actually send one patient to 2 different psychiatrists. They'll actually come back with 2 different diagnoses. It's actually very challenging, you see. So The Me-Safe study, that's the beauty of Center of Aviation Medicine. We actually get into studies. We speak studies. The Me-Safe study that has just been concluded in Europe, you see, has actually delved to address the challenges that our medical examiners are facing with regards to making the proper diagnosis in psychiatric medical conditions. And they've actually came up with a tool, a risk assessment, mental risk assessment tool that even the junior medical examiners can use to tell the risk. So we are not mainly dealing with diagnosis, maybe this is schizophrenia or this is major depression, because most of the AMEs are not conversant with that. But these medical examiners, at least they can be aware of what we call medical incapacitating event, something like suicide, you see. So if somebody has those suicidal ideas, at least the medical examiners should be able to tell. But that can only work if and only if the study that we are just about to undertake to create a conducive environment whereby these applicants can be able to disclose. Because when it comes to psychiatric medical conditions, we leverage on the willingness of the pilots to disclose, because some of these things are personal and the medical doctor cannot be able to tell what is going in the minds of this pilot. Thank you very much.
Wow. Do we need more than that? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mkwizu, for your well-delivered punchline kind of presentation. And as you see, energetic doctor we have. I want to recognize the presence of Captain Paul Torren, who is the Regional Safety Oversight Organization Coordination Officer from the ICAO Navigation Bureau in Montreal. He has been with us since yesterday. If you can, please. He has been so humble to stay quiet, but we should know that we have him on board. Thank you, Captain. Now I want to take you to the last presentation of the symposium. They say you save the best for the last, right? And believe me, this is very important. Mr. Teofori Anthony Mbilinyi, who's a Director of Corporate Services in the authority, is coming here to give us a paper on developing sustainable funding models for RSOs, because we all need to be sustainable. The case for the diversification of the sources of the funding, and he's here now to do. Cancer, you need 10, 15 minutes? But I'll tell them to bear with us because this is very, very important. Karibu mzee.
Oh, thank you very much. I know to present at this time is very difficult, but I'll try my best to be very quick and straight to the point. I would like to say that in this symposium, we have been mentioning a lot about CASOA, what CASOA can do, why CASOA did not do this. So it's about the question of which start, is it an egg or a chicken? This is because does CASOA has what it takes to do what they want to do? It's about resources, and this is financial and human resource. Let's go next. So I'll be very brief to just talk about RSOs, the global distribution, benefits, challenges, but more important, to talk about the funding models and in adequacy of the current funding model, the proposed diversification area and conclusion. Next. So we all know that regional safety oversight organization are the ones that ensures that there is an effective and oversight regime to ensure that we have compliance on ICAO SAPs so that we can enhance secure, safe, and orderly conduct of air transport. However, the ability of the contracting state to the Chicago Convention to comply with ICAO SAPs varies. Next. Some governments have high level of commitment in ensuring compliance with ICAO SAPs. Some have low levels. Small states experience low level of aviation activities with competing demand of resources. from other sectors, which is that into inadequate funding for oversight functions. The global shortage of aviation experts attributes to the inability of some states to effectively implement oversight function. Next. So to address these challenges, ICAO held several events to establish regional safety oversight organization, RSOs, which is added into the guidance on how to set up these. So the purpose was to pool resources and sharing resources in terms of solidarity, working together as a region, but also harmonizing regulation. We've been talking about this, but also coordinating issues like investigation, etc. Let's go next. So these initiatives are geared to overcome the challenges of inadequate financial resources amongst the contracting states to implement the oversight function, but also shortage of aviation experts. RSOs could open up an avenue for sharing human capital, technical qualified human resource, but to have also a harmonized regulation to ease the oversight function. Next. So ICAO supports RSOs through cooperation platforms. For example, RSO is the Regional Safety Oversight Organization, but also we have Regional Accident and Incident Investigation, RIOs. For example, for RSO, we have CASOA, SASO, and so many others. But also, for accident investigation, we have Bagaia, the Banjuru Accord. I think the West African people know this. But also, we have cooperative development of operational safety and continuing airworthiness programs, cost caps. Next. So we have the global distribution RSOs, I think we all know. Next. So the benefits, we all know. I don't want to talk about that. Next. Next. Okay, so the challenges. One is the global shortage of aviation experts, for example, flight ops, and an inability to retain them because supply and demand issue comes in. But also low and inconsistent utilization of services by member states. For example, in CASOA, we have SOFIA system, for example. So far, only one country is using this. I think Tanzania, I'm told Uganda is coming up. But also inadequate participation by some member states. For example, now, we know DRC has joined, but we have seen them very rare in the meetings. South Sudan. So low commitment by state and lack of information on oversight, certification activities, etc. Let's go next. Of course, delay in ratification of RSO's treaty. For example, we had a problem with, for example, SASO. It took too long for states to ratify the treaty. But the most important challenge is the inadequate diversification of funding mechanism, dependence on only one or few sources of revenue. So this calls for an urgent RSO's diversification of revenue streams. Let's go next. So we looked at, for example, regional economic communities, how they get their money. We realized that almost all of them are state contributions. I'll talk to you later what are the challenges of depending on state contributions. So this slide shows where these guys get their money. Next. So when you look at the RSOs, CASOA is a member contribution, SASO, member contribution, everybody is a member contribution. EASA, there's a bit of fees and charges assisting them. Next. So CASOA has attempted to improve its sustainability of funding mechanism. For example, recently they've come up with an equal contribution of partner state at the tune of 65% and 35% assessed contribution based on GDP. But to me, this is not a diversification. This is, does not guarantee financial sustainability of CASOA because at the end of the day, it's still a state contribution, right? So let's go next. So generally, the current funding mechanism, which is mainly state contribution, has quite a number of shortcomings. Member states' contributions are mostly unreliable and irregular and unstable. Contribution depends on the willingness and the regime of the day. If you have a president who is pro-aviation, you will support it. If you have a president who is not interested, then you get stuck. Member states either do not pay their contribution in full, or sometimes the payment are delaying. So, lack of equity. In CASOA, for example, we have eco-contribution, which comes from the EAC rules. It's one size fits all. So you have a country with a huge volume of aviation activities, and the other country has a very low volume of activities. So how do these guys pay the same amount? This is a challenge. So the small countries were complaining that why do we have to pay? For example, Burundi can pay the same as Kenya, for example. So this was the challenge. So we need to bring in something called equity. Let's go. So we need, so CASOA cannot continue to depend on the member contribution alone. There is a need to diversify their source of revenue. So we have to have an alternative source of revenue. Let's go next. So I have gone through several literatures and I've come up with some suggestions. These are suggestions, and I'm not saying this works for RSO A or B. It's just to critique our mind and see. So this is not I'm not suggesting anything here. I'm just trying to open up for you to think. One, they're talking about unification of airspace. In this, they're saying we can have one body that is overseeing the airspace of the region, and this board, through the revenue that they collect, they can share this revenue to the RSO, which is doing an oversight in that region. This is one approach that they're coming up with. And a good example is the AXA. This is a Central American Aviation Safety Agency with COSESNA. COSESNA is the ANS provider. So ANS provider, when they correct air navigation charges, part of it, certain percent, goes to AXA for oversight functions. So can our RSOs use this as a model? I don't know. It's upon us to think about it. Let's go next. The second approach, we are talking about state delegation of some oversight functions. For example, we are talking about the carbon emission oversight activities, COSIA. So they're suggesting, can the COSIA be delegated to, for example, CASOA? When you delegate COSIA to CASOA, then you take part of the revenue or the money that you would have used to oversee the COSIA to RSO. They're talking about what we call certifications of airports, international airports. Can this be delegated to RSO and take the money that you used to certify your international airports to RSO? So it's another approach. I don't know whether it's workable or not. I'm not sure. Let's go next. So establishment of Consultants Bureau for provision of technical support services to other regions. For example, we have CASOA, Dr. Mkwizo talking about the Center for Aviation Medics. So how can we use this state-of-art center to earn money for CASOA? How can we use this, for example, to provide consultancy to other regions? So can we use the comparative advantage that we have? They are talking about Bagasso in West Africa. They're good in ICT issues. Can they use to deliver these services to other regions and earn some money? Bagaia, the same. So these preparations that we do for, we send our experts to these countries to do preparation for USAP and USAP audit. Can we get money out of it? I don't know. These are the suggestions that we read them in the literature. Let's go next. So, develop and implement investment policies. So here we're talking about, can we have some reserve funds? Can we buy some treasury bonds, treasury bills, shares, but without compromising our independence of our agency? Use other investment security with the hope of earning profit. I think we are doing this, but maybe in small scale. Can we do more? Let's go next. Levies and charges. These charges may be relating to aviation activities and functions that are linked to oversight functions. Charges may be percentage of safety and security charges. For example, I know some countries, they do charge, they do safety charges, security charges. Can we take part of these revenues to RSOs? I don't know, but these may be charged directly to passengers directed through RSO through mechanisms that are not too bureaucratic. mechanisms that are not bureaucratic, because if you take them to the state coffers, getting them out to RSO will be very difficult. So, levies and charges, not very popular way, but it's one of the approaches that we can use. Next. Cost recovery mechanism. So can we, for example, pay some recovery mechanisms to services that we receive, for example, from RCOs? But some people say, but we are paying, such contributions are coming, why do you have to charge us again? This is also another challenge. Next. So maintaining lean and mean RCO. So here we're talking about how can we have a mean and lean organizational structure. And this, I come up with a model that's called 3Bs. Let's go next. So this model means buy, borrow, build. Of course, you buy expensive experts to work with you. You build, you develop them from the scratch, but my suggestion is to borrow. Instead of having a huge number of experts in your payroll, maintain few experts and borrow experts from other RSO, CAAs when needed to execute oversight functions. So you have a small organization with a lean structure, then you save money, you save spending a lot of money in your payroll. Because you will use them when you need them. When you don't need them, they go back to the organization. So this could be also another way of saving money and bringing sustainability. Let's go next. So other mechanisms are donor funds for short-term mission, but this method may not be sustainable as donor support always aligned with their own interest. Of course, we maintain the state contribution. However, due to shortcomings that I've mentioned, we really need to look for an alternative funding. Let's go next. In conclusion, I'm saying that it's an undeniable fact that RSCO play a pivotal role in assisting member states to ensure compliance with our CASAPs, enhancing safe, secure, and orderly conduct of air transport and the related services through shared resources, financial and human capital. But it's also true that most of RSCOs faces financial sustainability challenge emanating from dependence on state contribution. Lack of steady revenue streams is attributed to the inadequate commitment by some member states in supporting RSCOs. Let's go next. So unless deliberate efforts are made by member states, RSCOs, and other stakeholders to establish sustainable and diversified funding mechanism, efficiency and effectiveness of RSCOs to its mandated function remain questionable. Thank you very much.
Please, I told you this is very important. I told you this is very important. Thanks. My urge to the floor, we need a resolution on this. I know it's very important. No, I've been telling people to rush, but we cannot rush this one. Especially now we have the powers that be here. So let's hear from the audience. Thank you. We'll start with Captain Paul Thorem, and then we'll go to Ayata, and then there'll be our board member. Yes, this is getting more interesting. So, Captain Thorem.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I haven't had the chance to meet all of you yet, but first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me here to be with you this week. It's a great honor to be here and meet all of you. And from the headquarters at Montreal perspective, I'd like to say that we see all of the hard work that you are doing, and we are very impressed by everything that is going on here. So well done to all of you on all of your hard work so far. And I would just like to say that in my role, I wear two hats. I'm the secretary for both the cooperative platform for the RSOOs and for the Regional Accident and Incident Organization cooperative platform. We are here for you. We want to hear from you. So if obviously you have great resources at your regional office level, but we are here to help you. We want to hear from you. So if there's some other resources that you need, please get in contact with me. We want to help you. We want to help you figure this out. We are also performing some virtual workshops, some learning opportunities for you. We're putting on a virtual workshop this summer on hazardous materials and dangerous goods. And we are also having the Accident and Incident Symposium in Abu Dhabi in November. So if you would like some more information on any of that, please contact me and let me know. We want to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Madam. No, I think your colleague, before we go to Madam Rukia, from IATA. Yes, you can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Firstly, I would like to thank the presenter for that interesting presentation. My point is only touching on one aspect that you raised as funding RSOs, and that was the issue of a possible additional tax or tariff for passenger fees. So on that point, I just want to say, just like states, as industry would recommend that is done in line with the ICAO policy on charges, which has to be done through consultation, in terms of DOC 9082. Any additional tax would just kill the industry. If you look at tickets today, taxes and those charges far outweigh the actual airfare. If you compare, it's just been layer after layer. So that is not something industry would welcome because many a times the taxes that are charged are not even channeled to aviation. I'm not saying in all cases, but in some cases. So firstly, are those actually being utilized where they should go for development? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tamblin, you will respond after. We have heard from Madame Rukia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Rukia Adam. I am the board member of Tanzania Civil Aviation. First of all, I have comments that I congratulate the presenter by giving us this feedback concerning the funding. But I have two questions. One, and I recommend that next time when we bring this presentation, particularly from the presenter, we should get two things. We should get the cash flow of the entire user, cash flow which can indicate to us the sources and the uses of these funds, one. Two, we should get also where are we getting the funds, the sources of funds and the application of funds. There, we can realize that there is no money or there is nothing. Who is footing this deficit? That's my question. Because I can see a series of activities which have been done by the CASOA and so forth, and the breakdown for the receipts of sources of funds is not elaborated well. So that's my question is, who is footing these differences or the shortage of funds? And next time, if we get the detailed cash flow and sources and uses of funds, we can be in a position to know where can we get the money. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more questions before Mr. Mbilinyi responds? Okay, from AMAC. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the presentation. Very well done. And just to let him know that there is a study in progress in the region, and this presentation can be added to this study and give additional information. And the last thing I want to add is regarding the contribution of service provider. It was one of the example he gave for the RSO's fund. I think this line must be taken with many precautions because The RSOs are those who are in charge of helping state to, for the supervision of what the provider are doing. If your money come from the one you are going to supervise, sometimes you will be, it will be for you to have all the material to make properly your job. So that is one thing I want you to take into account in your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me ask Mr. Mbilinyi to respond to all 4 contributions, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I may not be able to recognize your names, but gentlemen there, you talked about levies and the cost of doing business and escalating the price of tickets. So it's very true. That's why this model of levies and charges is very unpopular. But I'm just submitting to you different approaches that are available. It's upon us to consider the one that works for us. Madam Rukia, you talked about cash flow and where are we getting the funds. As I said, RSOs receive financial resources through state contributions. So CASOA comes up with a budget, and the budget is distributed equally to states. And states, through civil aviation authorities, they contribute to CASOA. That's how they get the money. So the point here we're trying to bring on board is that depending on the state, without having diversified sources of revenue, it may not be sustainable to enable RSOs to perform their duties of doing an oversight function effectively. The question of RSOs doing oversight versus states and mandates of the state, I think it's a point that I have considered. And also you said that there is a state study going on, and this information could be useful for the study that is going on. I think that's a good thing, and this presentation will be available for whoever want to make a reference to. I don't know if I've answered all the questions, but I would simply say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present this topic. Thank you.
Once again, I want us to put our hands together for Mr. Mbilinyi. Yeah, another round of applause for him, please. Thank you. As we come to conclusion of this session, I want now to invite the most senior, I think the most senior DG in the room, Mr. Fred Bamwesigye, who is our own Director General from Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, to come and dish out presents or tokens for our presenters, starting with Abdallah, comes in front, Doctor, and Mr. Mbilinyi, please. May I invite you here before the odd man is here? As customary, you have earned your right to get that one. Yeah, you can sit there, no problem. Mzee, Karib. What are the goodies? Hi. Yes, give it to Mzee. What, did you need the reminding? Kindly. Mzee? Did you hear? Thank you, sir. Doctor, if, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, you can stand there. Mr. Mbilinyi, you can start. Yes. And you give it to them. I hope the photographer is there. This young boy going on strike? Where is he? Oh boy. You're recording. Thank you. No, I think. Thank you. Dr. Mkwizu Alexander? Yes. No. We have a group photo. Yes, we need to redo that. No, we're gonna redo that one. Please. Young man, where were you? Yes, last, the oldest in the room is given the youngest. Thank you. Dara? Now, of course, this one is. Thank you. Yes. No. Now, for a group photo, sir, with them. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I want to welcome to the stage my colleague Arnold to take you through the remaining program of the day, which will be brief, and that's what we're going to do lunch. Arnold, you can have the floor now.
Thank you very much. Bon après-midi tout le monde. Habari za mchana. Hello, are we there? I am the last person you will see. Just give me a few minutes, and we are gonna close our tour. And we'll start with our sponsors, who would like to give the stage to some of our sponsors. I hope those we've planned, they are here. Can we please start with TANROADS, please? Are they around? Yes. And we'll request our Executive Director, Engineer Richard Gatete. His presence is kindly requested to come on stage as we welcome TANROADS. Kindly, a round of applause. This is one of our sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I think with your permit, we can have a short presentation for our projects, please. Just 3 minutes.
Tanzania continues to move forward rapidly in strengthening the aviation sector. This is through efforts aimed at building and strengthening the airport's infrastructure, purchasing of new aircraft to achieve fast and safe journeys and bring development to the relevant areas and the nation as a whole. The Tanzania National Roads Agency, TANROADS, through the Ministry of Works, has completed 6 airport projects, namely Passenger Terminal Building at Julius Nyerere International Airport in Dar es Salaam, Geita Airport, Mwanza Airport, Songwe Airport in Mbeya, Mtwara Airport, and Songea Airport in Ruvuma region. The completion of these projects has been the catalyst for economic and social development. TANROADS continues to implement 7 airport projects that are in various stages of implementation. These include Msalato International Airport, whereby the infrastructure is at 57% and the building is at 23%. Iringa Airport, Phase 1 is at 95%. Kigoma Airport, Phase 3 is at 4%. Musoma Airport in Mara region is at 55%. Sumbawanga Airport in Rukwa region is at 8.4%. Shinyanga Airport is at 11%, and Tabora Airport Phase 3 is at 41%. Other upcoming airport projects are in Tanga, Lake Manyara, and Iringa Airport Phase 2. Each stage of construction brings new hopes and opportunities for development. We are witnessing the efforts of the government of the 6th phase led by the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, in ensuring that Tanzania continues to have the best airport transport infrastructure. TANROADS, through the Ministry of Works, continues to work hard to ensure that our airports have international standards and making Tanzania an attractive hub in air travel in Africa. Let's join together in this journey of development. Better infrastructure for national development.
Thank you. That is what we do in addition to the construction and maintenance of roads in the mainland of Tanzania. I may also take this opportunity to, on behalf of our Chief Executive, Engineer Mohamed Besta, who was the technical director at CASOA, to present kind of an appreciation to the executive director of CASOA, a small gift from TANROADS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TANROADS. In addition to the sponsorship and the support, someone was actually telling me how, the giftings and everything and how the symposium was well prepared and organized. It is thanks to TANROADS and all the other sponsors that this is possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our ED. Thank you very much, TANROADS. Also, we would like to welcome Air Tanzania Company Limited. Are they around? Air Tanzania. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Patrick Mwakasungula. I'm a manager, network planning and revenue management. I'm here to present MD and the CEO of Air Tanzania, Engineer Ladislaus Matiende. So may I take like 5 minutes to take you through a very simple presentation. I know time is not on our side. Thank you. Let's go to next slide. So Air Tanzania, this is a route network where we are operating now in domestic. As you can see, the active routes are in a green, and the upcoming expected routes in another color, in Musoma, Pemba, and Nachingwea, and Tanga as well. Next slide. This is a network route for regional and international routes that we are operating. Currently, we are operating to 8 regional destinations, as you can see on the map. And we have 3 international routes, including Guangzhou, Dubai, and Mumbai in India. Others in a peach color are expected route. We are expecting to start Lagos, Kinshasa, and Johannesburg. Next slide. Let me talk a little bit about Dubai. It's our new route that we have started in last month. Next slide. So the route, as from our network, it serves the entire of East Africa. As you can see, we are serving Bujumbura, Entebbe, Harare, Lusaka, Ndola. All these can connect to our flight to Dubai. Next slide, please. Also, it shows the connectivity of the East Africa regions to Dubai. So that is our sim. I say, Habibi, let's go to Dubai. So the route is now under promotion. Yes, our ticket starts from USD 399, and once you buy the ticket, you get 3,000 mileage on our trigger miles, and accompanied with 3 baggages, 3. And 3 baggages for business is 30 kgs, and for economy you get 23 kgs times 3 each. And of course we are using the state-of-the-art aircraft. It's a brand new, the MAX, which were delivered 2 months ago, with in-flight entertainment, IFE, Wi-Fi on board, and others. Next slide. In addition to that, I would like to talk about our FFP. It's a frequent flyer program offered by Air Tanzania. It's known by the name Twiga Miles. So we have 3 categories: blue, slow, and salon grade. Of course, each category has its own benefit. Next slide. We have our ATCL app. Maybe let me ask you on this room, who have this Air Tanzania app? Is anybody has this mobile application? So I'm encouraging, can you play the app? I encourage all of you to download this app, because it saves a lot. Instead of you going to Air Tanzania offices or use other means to approach the Air Tanzania how to book your ticket, you can save yourself, whether it's a night or wherever you are. You just book.
Air Tanzania, introducing the future of travel convenience, our brand new mobile app. We have reimagined the way you book flights and packed it with features that will make your travel experience seamless. Book your flight easily, stay informed by receiving real-time flight updates and notifications. Access travel itineraries, seamlessly manage your reservations, and make changes on the go. We have developed an intuitive and user-friendly interface, making the process of booking your flight as simple as 1, 2, 3. It's as easy as searching for your route, selecting your preferences, and taking a flight to your desired destination. Download our mobile app now on Play Store and App Store. Your next adventure awaits. Air Tanzania mobile app is your ultimate travel companion. Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro.
So have you seen? It's simple. It's 1, 2, 3. So I encourage all of you to download this app. Thank you. Next slide. Of course, apart from the passenger business, we also do the cargo business. Those are the current destinations that we are operating scheduled flight. We do our scheduled flight to Guangzhou 3 times a week, to Mumbai 5 times a week, Harare 3 times a week, Lusaka, Nairobi, and Entebbe. Next slide. And these are some of the typical types of cargo that we carry on board our freighters: perishable, pharmaceuticals, parcels, general cargo. We do transfer live animals, fish and the crabs from Zanzibar. We do it every week. Valuables and other dangerous goods that have approvals. And in addition to this, Air Tanzania now is operating a freighter. It's a 767. It's 767 freighter with a capacity of 52 tons. So we do operating 2 weekly scheduled flights to Dubai via Nairobi. And we also offer a charter for freighter on demand as well. Thank you. Next slide. So our motto on our cargo, we are saying that it's our business to move your business. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Air Tanzania. We appreciate. Also, this juncture, I would like to invite the Director General, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, stepping in for the Director General of TCA as the chair of the board to conclude for us, and then also finalize with the activities. You're welcome, DG.
Thank you, Arnaud. Now I know I'm the one standing between everyone in this room and lunch, so I can already feel the daggers in my head, so I'm going to make this very brief. Ideally, we've come to the end of the symposium. And for those of you who are wondering why I'm actually here, CASOA has a system, a rotational system, where the chairs change. So currently, the chair of the board is the United Republic of Tanzania, and the next chair is going to be Kenya. Hence, I'm here standing in for our current chair. This afternoon, we've had quite a number of interesting presentations from UAS, cybersecurity, the biggest threat, to the one that we've just had, funding mechanism. And how could I forget Dr. Mukwizo talking about, I even began asking myself, cancer at that level, is it breast cancer? So even for us men, is it something we should be concerned about? And he had such zeal and so, I could see Professor Kakuba right there next to me. I think we're also thinking in the same frequency, because I was like, my goodness, is it too late for me to become a doctor too? Daktari, you inspired me, Professor Kakuba, and quite a number of people in the room. He's doing a stellar job. And not just him. We got to see the region. There's a reason why CASOA and the East African community is really making strides in leaps and bounds. But the biggest thing is that, as was mentioned, that we cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. And tremendous things are being done. History has been set by CASOA, but it's all of us working together for the greater good of all our citizens. And as long as we continue doing that, by God's grace, the sky is the limits. A lot is going to be achieved. We've just scratched the surface of aviation, and with the visionary plans of the summit, and each one of us playing our respective role to build aviation in the East African community, and also not just the East African community, the greater continent of Africa and the world at large. I'm optimistic that a lot will be achieved. So now, to get to why I'm actually here, the resolution, Secretariat, please. There they are. We can actually go through them together. So the resolutions of the 6th EAC Aviation Symposium held in Zanzibar on 15th and 16th May 2024. The first one aligned the provisions of Article 92 of the EAC Treaty to facilitate the development and implementation of common legislation promulgated at the East African Legislative Assembly. And this was primarily brought out by Mr. Maugo. So, Mr. Maugo, are you okay with that one? Because once we adopt that one and move forward, we'll be able now to get enabling legislation passed by CASOA, promulgated at IALA, and then it cuts across all through.
Thank you. I think it should be aligned to the provision, because we are not aligning the provision of 9. Aligning to the provision of Article 92 of the EAC Treaty to facilitate the development and the implementation of common legislation that we agreed. Okay. Yeah. So between aligning and that, they should put the word to, align to that.
Okay, that's been captured by the Secretariat. So you can give a tick for the first one. Now we go to the second one. Technical support missions conducted by regional offices, RSOs, should not generate findings for the partner states to avoid subjecting states to develop multiple corrective action plans. Instead, the technical support should focus on resolving the findings identified during ICAO audits. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, I see nods from all through the building. Number 3, EAC partner states are urged to leverage on the already existing EAC organs and legal frameworks to implement SATAM in the EAC region, gearing towards a domesticated regional aviation market. Okay, I'm seeing there are some English men and women in the house who are really not feeling comfortable with that. Any corrections? Or are we okay? Lois? Okay, Barry?
I think this was discussed yesterday, right? I wasn't here. The issue is not the implementation, and something very important that is not here, and operationalization. Because the implementation is one issue, and that's not the biggest problem. The issue is operationalization of SATAM. So we need to add the legal framework to implement a SATAM and operationalization of the SATAM. You can implement. So many people have signed, many of the states, but they're not operationalizing. And that's where the problem is actually. The deadlock now is not on implementation. It's on the operationalization of the SATAM.
Okay. Thanks for that, Barry. That's been added. So with that, Lois, are you still...
and you could actually remove that word gearing. Is there gearing and towards that one same, they are the same word. It's synonymous of the other.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the difference between English, I believe, in Makerere and some of the schools that we went to. So, but Lois, I'm still on you and Blessing. Are you guys okay? Ah, perfect. I got a thumbs up. Okay, we have a hand at the back of the room, sir, please.
I have a slight correction to propose, and thank you for the mic. I have a slight correction to propose on point number 3. We've tethered it to SATAM. Currently, we don't have all the East African partner states as SATAM states. Number 2, SATAM is geared towards implementing the Yamoussoukro decision. So my suggestion is, give it its original intention. You can say, implement Yamoussoukro decision and or SATAM, or you can stick to Yamoussoukro decision, because currently you're assuming all the EAC states will be SATAM states. I know that Mr. Barry Kashambo is going to disagree with me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for preempting that. Actually, the right terminology is implementation of SATAM towards YD implementation. Actually, it is operation. The right terminology is SATAM towards YD implementation. If you want to bring YD, it must be attached to SATAM. You can't have one separate to the other. You can have YD alone or SATAM alone, but you cannot have them together. It is one toward, SATAM is towards the YD implementation, 1999, and the SATAM of 2018. So maybe you have to align them together. The wording can be corrected. It's SATAM towards YD implementation.
Okay, thank you for that, Barry. As we're doing this together, Secretariat, we have support from Barry and the other Englishman at the back there. So let's just conclude them as you bring it up. So by the time we get done with all these resolutions and recommendations, everyone is on the same boat. So kindly project, and do you have it? Secretariat, have you captured it? Okay. As we wait for that one to be amended, we'll now go to number 4. CASOA should coordinate the establishment of a regional cybersecurity policy to mitigate cyber threats that could jeopardize safety and security in the EAC region. Ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with that one? Perfect. Thank you, Blessing. And the final one, number 5. CASOA should develop a regional safety program to foster SSP implementation within the partner states.
Hello? That is there. It's been there for, Luke Kangogo was in charge of it 10 years, 12 years ago. It's been there for a long time. Yeah. It's already been there.
So what's the program?
It's implementation of it. Yeah.
Maybe CASOA should.
Okay, Secretariat, you're saying CASOA should implement.
Short for reason, Kangogo didn't do it. You should do it.
So Engineer Kangogo, kindly guide us on how you'd like it to appear.
Thank you, DG. I think actually we developed a regional safety program from where the partner states developed their SSP, and I think it is there already. So it should be repetition I think that one is overtaken by events.
Okay.
Sure.
So essentially we strike that one down, Secretariat? Okay,
yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the challenge on this one is not that the SSP program is not operational. It is already there. The issue we have is the sharing of information because of the countries not wanting to be able to share this information. Privacy laws and independence of the countries. So that is the hurdle we need to get over, that we are a region, and the sharing of information of safety occurrences and safety program is not something that should be treated as very confidential in the region, because only when we know can we do something about it.
Okay, thank you. So how do we word that? Do we strike it off, or members, do we amend the wording?
I believe in this case the resolution should be to the states to enhance or to relieve some of the data protection laws that they have, to allow the sharing of information freely within the region to enhance the safety program.
Mr. Maugo?
Yeah, I think that is the intent of number 4. Number 4, issues of cyber, if we coordinate and establishment of regional cyber security policies and the mitigation, it will enable, I was discussing that, it will enable states to share the information. Under the global cyber regulations which are there in the states, they do prevent that. So that is why we would like them now to, under Chicago Convention, to develop some kind of our own policy and the regulatory framework which will enable now the states using that to share the information. That is why number 4 is there. Yeah?
No.
Number 5.
No, excuse me. If you do that way, you know that you have 3 sections of cybersecurity. You have cybersecurity in general. You have cybersecurity as aviation cybersecurity, which is defined. Then you have cybersecurity in terms of air navigation services and within the aviation sector. So unless you qualify it, if you say regional cybersecurity policy, that will cover everything. So unless you want to be specific, if you want it to be specific to aviation, then you need to make it specific to aviation.
That's what I wanted.
And then you could add the component of sharing of information, if you want to bring this one on board. So we could recraft number 4, and then do away with number 5.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Now, those are two former EDs of CASOA, and right next to them, we also have other two EDs of CASOA. So, Robert and Wanjiro, kindly help us formulate that one. The spotlight is on you, prior to going to Lois.
The issue we have here is that if we make that, because we were trying to address the cybersecurity issues on their own. So if we incorporate this SSP business in number 4, we're going to lose this SSP business. And I think we need to have a specific recommendation on number 5 on SSP issues, so that whatever Lois was presenting comes out clearly, and then the responsibility is tagged to some, either a state or the agency. Yeah, so that's exactly what needs to happen. But the cybersecurity one, there's nothing wrong with the cybersecurity one. It just needs, we just need to add the word aviation after regional, and then to add, that will be now specific to us. SSP, the issue is the slow implementation. What do we need to do as a region to ensure that we all get to that level where Rwanda is?
Thank you, Wanji. Robert, would you like to add anything? Lois.
Is that CASOA should coordinate and kind of share some resource to implement, to ensure that state implements SSP.
To expedite
to expedite the
implementation of SSP.
Thank you, Sebo.
Yeah.
Okay, to the SSP experts in the room, including Lois, your hand was up. Help us out.
Yeah, I think Wanjiru has already pointed out what I wanted to say, because those are two different issues, and number 5 just needs to be rewarded, because the issue is that we were meant to have a foundation of SSP by 2023, and only Rwanda has reached level 4. So you can see we are behind. So it needs to be there as a resolution, and we need to really pull up our socks. So maybe just the wording that we can change, but I don't agree on combining the two.
Give us the wording.
My final one. Then, Louis, you are the chairperson, you are the champion of this in Africa. Why don't you reward that? Reward it so that you can even put those words of what, phase 4, whatever it is. Put them there so that it is very obvious that you are saying the states which have not reached level 4 should do whatever they want to do, and CASOA should coordinate and help them. I think that's yeah.
That expedites the process.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Lois, we're back to you. Give us the words.
Okay. CASOA should develop or champion a regional safety mechanism to foster, or to, how do you say, to speed? To expedite the implementation, SSP implementation within the partner states. Yeah. Then delete the...
Okay, and the one that, thank you, Lois, for that. The one that we left pending, number 3, EAC partner states are urged to leverage on the already existing EAC organs and legal frameworks to implement SATAM and operationalization of SATAM in the EAC region towards a domesticated regional aviation market.
We were talking with Maugo here, to operationalize SATAM and wide implementation. Towards wide implementation in the EAC region. Operationalize SATAM towards wide implementation.
So you should remove that implementing SATAM there.
So you remember that the implementation of YD. the framework to operationalize SATAM towards wide implementation.
Oh. Secretary? Go ahead, sir.
Why don't we say to implement SATAM? No, to implement and operationalize SATAM, and then remove of and operationalization and end there. You get me?
Secretariat?
To implement and operationalize. Operationalize SATAM, and then end and operation of food and pakapali. Okay, up to there, yes. No, where? No, implementation should not be there. Look, you are saying to implement and operationalize SATAM towards YD. YD implementation is okay. Huh? Towards? Okay, then in that case.
Okay, order. I know this is not parliament, but I'll use what they usually do. Let's have order and at least, please proceed then.
We are saying, let's start from the start. EAC partner states are urged to leverage on the already existing EAC organs and the legal frameworks to implement and operationalize SATAM towards, you can now say, implementation of YD. Towards implementation of YD. Does it matter? It doesn't matter.
And I see before our learned friend at the back, 10, go ahead.
My question would be, what is the difference between implement and operationalize in this context? Because we have states that haven't even signed the Solemn Agreement. So that's where we should start. There should be something there to urge the partner states that have not signed up to commit themselves to it, and then now we go ahead to the operationalization.
Give us the words.
Actually, just put that word, put commit. Replace
okay, EAC partner states are urged to commit to...
And operationalize. Those who have committed to operationalize.
To commit and operationalize SATAM towards the implementation of the Yamoussoukro decision.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our learned friend Brenda.
I hope I don't cause confusion, but I want to imagine that the YD supersedes SATAM, because YD came first and all the EAC partner states. YD is the original declaration, and SATAM came after to basically implement the YD. So I imagine the partner states need to commit to the YD in order to lead towards the full operationalization of SATAM. So I imagine it's the reverse, the other way around.
The other way around. It's the other way around.
So Brenda, give us the words. You know, it's good to bring out the issue and then the correction.
The EAC to implement the YD towards the full operationalization of the SATM. So partner states are urged to commit to the YD to enable the full operationalization of the SATM.
Moderator, let me start. You see,
Yes, go ahead.
SATM, by definition, SATM is called, when you sign that document, it's called commitment to SATM. That's what it is, even solemn commitment to SATM. So the commitment is to SATM, not to ID. So the moment you put such a commitment to ID, you are now going against AU instruments.
We already had a commitment to SATM.
And I thought we were about to go for lunch, but it looks like we prepare for dinner.
So we commit to SATM for wide implementation. You have to go back to the mother documents.
Okay, Barry, give us the word so we conclude this matter.
Wanjiru had already done the words. Don't change anything. It was already done.
You can undo then.
Okay, undo. Okay, yes. Kindly, okay, I mean, I have to give. Go ahead, Ms. Lumonia.
Thank you. I'm not on number 3. I'm in agreement. My concern is on number 5. I request that we get back to the remarks of the CASOA technical director, where he presented like the states should be urged to commit to sharing of information, because it's the facilitator for CASOA doing what is being recommended, and it has been a major challenge. States have reservations about sharing information, and without that information, that mechanism may not be easily developed. I don't remember his words clearly, but it was about requesting the states to commit to share information. So I request that we put it up.
Yes, thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
What Catherine is saying is, in this case, it is the regional.
Give us the words.
Okay. So it is the ESC partner states should be urged to commit to the regional mechanism and share. The ESC partner states should be urged to commit to the regional mechanism, the SSP mechanism that is in place, and share information as needed.
Okay, Mr. Maugo.
You see, the word mechanism includes all that. Sharing of information is part of it. However, because they are concerned with that specific issue, what we could do there, we should write it this way. CASOA should develop a regional safety mechanism to expedite SSP implementation, including sharing of information within the partner states. Yeah. Because they have seen that is a bit of a challenge. So we are just putting there to emphasize. Otherwise, the mechanism would include all that.
Okay, thank you. And DRD, please, I hope you're not dropping a bomb in the thing anymore. Go ahead.
No, not at all. In fact, I was going to say what now Maugo has said. Don't try to dissociate the effective implementation of the SSP from the sharing of implementation. So the whole system as a mechanism, as Maugo was saying, includes now the sharing of information. Maybe if there is any issue for sharing information, we should maybe put something else, whether including, but normally we should not dissociate. Otherwise, why are we insisting on a sharing of information? The SSP information, we are still very, very behind. So I am now going to support what Maugo was saying, because this is what I want to say. Don't try to dissociate the effective implementation of SSP from the sharing of information. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we are done. Blessing, one quick one. I'm being told we are almost out of time.
I'm so sorry, Executive Chair of the Board. I know that's the office you're representing. With the importance and challenge that we have in the region for EI on AIG, I think it's befitting that we have another point as a resolution here. I was expecting that we would see something to the effect of CASOA should coordinate or establish development of a mechanism that brings states together to help them increase or enhance the EI score on AIG, something like that.
Okay, that one was discussed earlier on, but there's a reason why it was left out. As a board, we just passed certain resolutions or recommendations. That's actually something that's been worked on right now. So there was really no need to replicate it here because it's something that is already in the works. That's why. Okay, hallelujah, we are done. So,
how about funding? How about funding, sir?
About funding, there's already something again that's happening, some that was approved by the summit. So now, just some clarification on the same, but there's already a model that has been approved. So now, it's not my fault that we delayed, but it was a very good engagement. And this is a perfect example of what was presented, where you go alone, you go fast, you go together, you go slow, but eventually you get to the end and everything is working. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the conclusion. Mr. Maugo, please don't pack your bag yet. Kindly come up to the podium. And could we have, just come up, Mr. Maugo. Karibu, karibu. Yes, full of surprises. And also, kindly coming also to the front of the podium, could we have Engineer Margaret Munyagi, Mr. Barry Kashambo, and Bwana Ezra Ifri Maeda. Karibu sana. Now, prior to handing over the mic to Mr. Maugo, or let me give it to him, then maybe I'll say a few words after.
Thank you. We have something to give for this trio for the long services which they have saved the CASOA and the region in general. So that's my job. That is what I'm supposed to do because because essentially Mrs. Munyagi represents the people who dreamed of establishing the region organization. She was one of the instrumental, as I said yesterday, for those who were at the gala dinner. It was her, Chris Kuto, and the Akandonda, who were in the helm at that time as a board members to establish the organization. In fact, they saw through the organization process until it was approved by the Council of Ministers. And they were the one who were defending it, presenting it, and essentially afterward it was approved. Then they went through the processes of nominating us. So they nominated me as the first chief executive, and my colleagues here were there. Barry Kashambo was also in the process of establishing he did not become the chief executive, but he was in the process of establishing the organization. So they were the first recruitees of the organization. So we wanted to honor them by presenting a token thing to them. Madam Munyagi. And then Bare. Then my Ephraim, in fact, Ephraim drove me to Entebbe. He was one of the first recruits. I recruited him as my driver. I recruited him as my driver, and they drove me to Entebbe. So. And he took me to Kabale. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I think that is what I was supposed to do. Thank you. No. There is a group photo. But we need to get this thing up.
Thank you very much for serving this agency.
Thank you, Eddie.
So with this recognition, as we are recognizing the last 3 staff who have served this agency, starting from the board member, Madam Margaret. This was supposed to be the last session, and I'm standing in again for the board chair who just exited because of the press conference that he has to attend to. But we are coming to the close of our symposium, and we really want to recognize all the sponsors once again, to appreciate them, because as you've all seen and witnessed, this has been a wonderful symposium. We've seen a wonderful gala where we attended yesterday. And together with the sponsors, I also want to recognize the entire organizing committee who have done an excellent job. We did recognize them, but I would want every one of them to come. I hope you are all around. Please, let's request the organizing committee. The organizing committee, please, all of you, we want to recognize you for the tireless efforts and all the work that you have done towards this event. So as they are coming, once again, we recognize EASA. We want to recognize again Auric Air, our partner state CAAs, who have stood with us throughout this symposium. EASA, RCAA, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. We want to recognize Burundi Civil Aviation Authority, Air Tanzania, Beijing Construction. We want to recognize again Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. We want to recognize Zanzibar Airport Authority, Coastal Aviation. We want to recognize as well Precision Air and Kenya Airways. Thank you very much. Honestly, your support took us a long way without which I can attest to you that this would not have taken place the way it has. So thank you very much. And now to the committee. This is the organizing committee. We have Jackie, please join the team. As the executive committee and also in the absence of the DGTCA, we really want to appreciate your service. These people worked so hard. I remember yesterday but one, the day before, they left here at midnight. And yet they had another day to come and work in order for us to kickstart the symposium. So special thanks to the chairpersons of both the Kasoa team, the chairperson of the of the TCA team, as well as the government, or the revolutionary government of Zanzibar. I've had someone say, they left at midnight, but that has been a cycle for almost the last 2 weeks. They have been working very, very, very hard. So thank you very much. We appreciate your service. Please give them a round of applause. And lastly, please, you can now take your seat. And lastly, we want to thank our host, the United Republic of Tanzania, as well as the government of Zanzibar, for the wonderful hospitality. You have all seen on the first day on the inaugural, the opening ceremony, the president attending himself and the entire cabinet, emphasizing the fact that we have their support, their political will to make sure that aviation is taken to another level. So thank you very much again to all the participants that have come all, some have come from Europe. Thank you to the ICAO team that has come all the way from Montreal. We appreciate Paul for you being here. We also appreciate AFCAC. We want to appreciate the former EDs who also accepted our invitation, and you have all seen their contributions throughout the symposium. With that history that most of us who are new did not have, now we have benefited from your history. As we wind up, I really want to wish you safe travels back. We pray that you travel safely, and hope to see you very soon. Most of you, we are going to continue to engage through other platforms so that we can take aviation safety and security to greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edie. The last thing, just a reminder, for after lunch, we have the boat cruise just to see the beautiful Zanzibar. Those who have registered, but also board members for TCA, CASOA, TCA management, former EDs, we're told that you are already on the list. So those willing, there will be buses waiting for you just after lunch, and will be taken, and this is courtesy of ZAA. And also those who have registered, please, after lunch, you will go and get the buses to take you there. And a bit of lunch protocol. In order to have it smooth, I would like to request the first 3 rows, maybe to go to the lunch, and then the rest of us, we can just mingle as we wait so that we don't wait a long time on the queue, on the line. Bon appétit, enjoy, thank you very much.